And you'll see they just kind of break it right off of the pipe with these tweezers. And then it'll kind of just rest there for a moment until we get ready to break it into those smaller sections. In the center, we can see that we've gone from, you know, kind of this glob of glass to this really nice round orb. And you can actually see that rose in the center that is a little bit hard to see right now. But if you catch the right angle of it, you can see how those kind of rose petals have formed on the inside. So we have lots of cane prepped that we're going to be using on the soft glass rigs that they plan to make. Again, we have some like small pieces that we prepped for today that are already inside of what we call the garage. So this kind of silver box here in the middle of the hot shop, it's at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and it allows us to store our glass kind of in a waiting room almost. It allows us to kind of pull it in and out and use it when we're ready for it. So we have some pieces for some rigs that they're going to be making today that are just kind of hanging out and waiting, kind of like the neck of the rig or the mouthpiece. We even have some of the like collars for the downstem. So they're kind of hanging out in there, waiting for once they are ready to start attaching all those individual pieces. You'll notice that our rose that is in this orb has been actually switched onto a new pipe. So now the kind of bottom of the rose is attached to the pipe, and he's able to actually kind of fix up and correct where it was previously connected to its original pipe, kind of smooth it over using this very, very hot torch to kind of apply that heat in that area where he wants to smooth things over and make sure that we get rid of any of those kind of rough edges. And taking a look at our flame workers, you can see that we have a pretty large piece that has just recently been pulled out to be worked on. So he had been prepping all of these feathers to be added on. I believe we must be getting to the point where that might be what's happening. Let's go walk over, check it out. So this is where all the feathers are going to go, correct?
Yeah, they'll go off the back of the arm here.
So we can see the back of this arm is going to have all these feathers coming off of it that he kind of pre-made. So these were made ahead of time for it to go onto the piece. Yeah, repetitive, very tedious. But now he's going to be able to kind of target certain areas with heat it up enough that then he can attach each individual kind of feather onto there. Definitely quite the task to do. But you can see, you can get kind of a closer look at this little skeleton guy. He also has this really beautifully colored kind of hoodie on. And then he's going to be getting these very dark kind of midnight blue feathers attached as well. So at the lathe, you'll notice that we kind of have this piece like constantly rotating. If you look close enough, it has this, kind of striping pattern on it, or what we would call wig wagging. And what he basically does to achieve this kind of spiking up and down pattern across the whole surface is, as one side is rotating, he actually grabs the other side to kind of stop it. So one side is still rotating, but the other side is no longer rotating at the same pace. And it allows it to actually create that kind of striping pattern. He kind of takes this long section of it and is going to kind of break it up into different parts. He had one already finished that he then kind of put off and away. And all these are being made and prepped to then all come together to create a bong of sorts. Coming to show off that rose on the inside of that roller, so that now you can kind of see how that color actually kind of implodes on the inside of the glass. So the colors that he's using to make those roses are extra special because it's this kind of cranberry pink color mixed with this white. And in glass, we make colors from minerals. And one of the minerals that gets used to create pink glass is gold, actually, which is what makes pink glass really rare and really expensive. So he's making these really beautiful roses with this kind of cranberry pink color and that white. And again, it's a kind of older technique from 1902 from New Jersey of making these imploded roses on the inside of these glass orbs. Yeah, round of applause for finished piece. This will definitely be kind of testing how much you guys are paying attention to all the different things that are going on, because we like to celebrate every single time there's a piece that gets finished. So we're going to check in with the other side of our hot shop that's doing some soft glass. It looks like we have kind of a tube piece that we're working with that I believe we must have grabbed out of our garage. So if you're able to get like a little bit of a closer look over on this side with our glass blowers, our soft glass blowers, they're kind of working on this piece right now that has this really beautiful and detailed band in the center that was made with Marini. So I had briefly talked about it earlier. We can pull cane and create these kind of rods of glass. But what we can also do is create these images on the inside of those cane pieces. So if you've ever seen those really kind of satisfying candy shop videos where they make, you know, a little panda in the inside of your tiny little candy, we can do the same thing in glass. We can create images and patterns and flowers and stars and dots and stripes, all by kind of creating these patterns in the glass and then stretching it really thin and chopping it into these small little discs. And that's what we call marini. We then lay this marini and create patterns with it. And on that far side of the hot shop with our soft glass blowers, they're making a piece right now that has this band of really detail-packed marini included in it. It looks like Cameron Tower, who has been in our center bench making the roses, is started on another one. So we can kind of see the process from finish to end this time. You can see a little bit of glass on the end of a solid pipe. So we are not working with a blowpipe. You might have noticed that we're not blowing any air into that rose or into that orb. So just a little bit of glass on the end of the pipe. And then you can see that kind of where our camera angle is showing us right now, they've actually attached this kind of tube onto a blowpipe so we can actually blow air into it. So it has been kind of taken off of the punty that it was on, or the solid pipe, and moved onto a blowpipe. And actually right now you'll see that he's kind of removing some of that excess glass left over from where it was connected. And then, of course, the video can't do it justice, but you can see that small band of that marini detailing on the entire piece. And then to kind of pivot us back over to the other side of the hot shop, because we're going to be kind of bouncing back and forth quite a bit today, we can see how that kind of lathe is rotating. And he's also using this like handheld Marva to actually keep that shape of the glass. Now we can also start to see that wig-wagging a lot more. So he actually went in and created that patterning on the outside. The other thing that I think is important that I want to point out with Frit Glass here, who's at the lathe, you'll notice that he has this kind of tube coming out of his mouth. You might be wondering, like, what is that? Why does he have that coming out of his mouth? It's actually what he's using to blow air into the glass. So that other side of that tube is actually kind of up and connected to his blow tube of the glass, which is hollow. So the glass that the entire, larger piece is on is actually hollow. And so he's able to blow his breath into it, just like you would in glass blowing, right? The only difference is we're not using kind of like a metal rod. Instead, we're using just a kind of hollow blow tube of glass. You'll also notice now that he's separated the two. So we now have two individual pieces that he's working on. So I just want to point out in our center bench where we're making these roses, he just kind of dipped his glass into that cranberry pink color and is going to just allow it to kind of press onto the surface and then heat it. This is so that we can get that color to match the temperature of the glass and actually melt and create a new layer. So when we color glass, there's no sort of mixing that's happening. We don't have to actually physically go in and kind of mix it in like you would for a food dye or something like that. In our case, we're just building layers. So if we were to then take like a cross section of a colored piece, you would only see this very kind of thin layer of color on that cross section instead of the whole thing being colored. So he kind of just presses into it, gets that color on the surface, heats it up, and then is going into that white color. So we're actually kind of stacking colors to create that kind of dimension and difference in color on the roses. And then for those of you that kind of have the right view, you can see this kind of metal contraption down here connected to the bench. And this is what he's going to use in a moment here to actually get that rose shape into the glass. So you'll see now he's pressing and letting that glass kind of just fall over that kind of cast or almost like a mold. And it creates this impression of that rose on the inside. And then very carefully, he's going to get the edges of the glass to actually fold back onto each other without losing that impression of the rose. So he doesn't want to roll it out in a way that would then cause it to kind of flatten back out, because he wants that rose to be very like three-dimensional on the inside. And you'll notice how he's going to kind of get a lot of heat to make sure that that glass kind of comes back around and covers the bottom of the rose. just want to know, which one of these are you going to be using for that?
I don't think any of these. So
Not these ones?
The process. Are you using any of these on this? You're not going to build this out right now. You're just taking the can and then sealing it. Yeah.
Okay.
So normally how we do it is we'll make everything in stages. So when we pick something up that's used, we'll make the body for the can, we call it, separately, and then we'll anneal it. That way we can look at it, we can see if it needs quickly, decide if it's used or not. And then we'll make the stem, round it separately, we'll have all of that ready. There's no more background on, make sure everything is nice, it looks good. We'll usually do that. We try to, it's just like everything we can, put it away. And then he'll bring like one out after that. He'll like grab another here, and then bring it in. So they stick it together. Yeah. So it's kind of like cooking show style.
Oh, wait,
It's
I
like I
love
made
that.
this and I put it away, and then now I got this one over here. I'm gonna grab it. Yeah. Right. It's totally fine and fun. It's just never as. That's the way we make it. We're trying to like fit into the way we want it to. So it has to be like very crispy and very precise. Yeah, and the only way to do that is to really prep it out, like kind of like a really good goblet. You make each part of the goblet, and you put it together a little bit like that. Even though goblets go together, bodies go together a lot better. Definitely. We're making sure that everything's really nice. Because when you break, the stem off the pipe, you have a cut mark somewhere. You have to cut the neck down. You have to cut those and polish it. So when you pick them up, you don't have to snap anything. You just grab it with one hand. You love that? Finishing it.
You
They're
have
all
the
in that
actual
oven
rigs
there.
in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
In that big kiln, there's like three or
And
four.
actually finishing one.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Thank you. So it looks like our beautiful rose orb is just about finished. They're going to rotate it and switch it onto a new pipe, actually. And this is just so that that kind of clear side can get smoothed out and won't have any sort of rough edges left over from the original pipe. And also so that he can get it into that perfect sphere. The other thing that I want to point out about our soft glass over here is they are currently making what they call the can of a rig. So they're going to basically prep this. They're going to get the holes in it for where the neck and the downstem would go. And then they're actually going to put it away. And it won't get finished until later on. But then we'll be pulling out one that's already been kind of finished and corrected and all that, and we will actually attach those extra parts and pieces to give you a finished product. So we're kind of, as he said, we're doing it kind of like cooking show style, where we kind of already have one ready to go that we can add all the embellishments to. But we're also making these ones to be put away and then ready for us tomorrow, if even.
All right, so I'm back here with Frit. And so what is this, the 5th section?
This is the third section.
This is
the mouthpiece of the tube.
okay. So this is the third section that you worked on. This is going to be the mouthpiece of the piece you're building. And so right now, again, he's adding the pattern in. So he's heating up the small section, and he's holding the tube so that it has a little resistance, and that causes the spin to be introduced into that hot section. So we're adding some pattern into what's going to be the mouthpiece. All right, and just about the last touches on the rose marble with Cam. So he's just getting the visual lens of the marble finished up. Make sure that it's really clear and smooth, so you have a nice clear image of the rose inside. All right, what are you working towards, Johnny?
Prepping up some thumbprints.
Okay, prepping thumbprints. So the thumbprint, is that something you're going to draw, or is that like a millie you have?
It's a piece of cane that you spin up and give it termination, and then you lay it inside out.
Okay, so it's a piece of cane, so where it has like a color core with a clear outside.
It's lined cane.
Okay, so it's lined cane, and so when you spin it up, then it has like the swirls of a thumbprint, and then you're going to put it in as an inside out. And so then are you going to use it from the end, or are you going to draw it down?
I'm going to draw it down.
Okay, so you're going to spin it up, and then you're going to draw it like a line on the inside of the tube. So he's prepping these clear blanks, and he's going to flare the end open, and then he's going to lay the material that he's working on right now inside of the tube, so that when it melts in, it looks like it's coming up from the inside to the out.
Well said.
All right, we'll come back to you as that develops. So Nick is assembling the wings for his character. So he has all of these initial elements that he made, so these feathers. And so right now he's doing what's called, what we call bridging. So to hold the two pieces together, he does this little clear connection piece from one to the other. That way, when he goes back to melt in the connection point that he had made earlier, that everything stays stable, that he set kind of the angle that he likes and the orientation of the piece. And so the bridge will hold it in place when he goes to really flow together the connection. About how many feathers go into a wing?
Roughly 12 to 15, I would say.
Okay, 12 to 15 feathers on each side. That's going to be a nice big wing. And so all of those feathers kind of connect onto this main centerpiece. So we have the kind of the main heart of the wing, and then he's going to keep adding feathers onto the build. And just before this, he finished putting the arms on his character. So now we're kind of into the next phase, which is getting the wings on. What are you working on, Scott?
I am making the inside of the mushroom.
Okay, so this is the inside of a mushroom. So you've encased an opal.
7 opals.
Oh, you've encased 7 opals. I see. Yeah. So there's the main big one with 6 more around them. And then this is like your scribble tech over the top of that?
Well, then I did a layer of crushed opal.
Okay, so it's the main big opals, and then a layer of crushed opals is where the opal is like crushed, kind of like sand, like Frit. And then he's encased it inside of the clear.
Then I did a couple layers of scribbles.
Okay, and then he's encasing that in his scribble tech, which is where he'll take the color and just draw little sections of it, and then he takes another one that has very thin little blue lines that creates kind of like the scribble effect inside. So it looks like there's scribbled lines over the top of these little colored sections. And so the back is going to be all the scribble tech, and then you'll have a clear lens on the front.
Yeah.
Right. So right now he's covering the back of what will be the mushroom, and then at the very end he'll rip away the handle, which will be where the lens is to see down into the marble. Excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing that come together. All right, what are you up to, Niko?
Just getting some of Scott's section.
Okay, so you're handling up to some of Scott's prep, the scribble tech prep.
I'm gonna kind of break it down into sections.
All right, another good finish. Way to go, Cam. And so this one that you're breaking down, is this going to be one of the other snakes, or what are the head?
It's gonna be all the heads for him.
Okay, so you can get all 3 heads out of this section? Excellent. So this will be kind of an exciting part where you get to really see a lot of shaping change, because you'll section this down into 3 pieces, then you'll create the shape of the head, and then you got to add in the eyes and the mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Wow, 3 snakes. That's pretty good. This is going to be a very exciting piece. It's such a great opportunity for us all to get together. 3 people on one piece isn't something that we get to do all the time. It's really fun to be able to bring together everybody's styles, and so a lot of the pattern work is really coming from Scott with the scribble tech, and then Nick has kind of the foundation of the character. That's one of his signature pieces in his work. What do you call it? Do you just call it a skeleton or a reaper? Yeah, okay, so the Reaper is a character that Nick's been developing for a good long time now, and so part of what people really identify with his style. And then Niko has been working on several really great shapes, but the snake has been kind of one of the recent focuses. Yay. So Scott is working on what will be the mushrooms.
Okay, so he is working on it.
Yes, he's working on the mushroom, but it has a complex build that it has several opals encased in clear in the center. Yes, so it starts with the opals.
These
Yes,
guys here.
exactly like those.
Okay.
Yes, so it starts with the opals inside.
Are they blown or they're solid?
They're solid. Yeah, so you drop them inside of a hollow piece, and then you encase the clear down around it. Yep.
Very cool. Very
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, and so then he's drawing the color around the outside of it.
Are the mushrooms going to match the same kind of colors that are being used overall?
Yes, the mushroom colors that Scott is going to be doing will match the other scribble tech pieces that he has in the rest of it, and that will create kind of the cohesion of all the different patterns.
Very cool. So exciting.
Yeah, it is. This is super exciting. We're so happy to be here with all of you. Thanks for coming out today. All right, let's go see what the soft glass guys are up to. All right, this is a beautiful section Joe's working on over here. And so, Joe, is this the can of the piece? Okay, so this is going to be the main body of the piece he's working on. And it looked like it was like a nice bright orange kind of color? Yeah, kind of transparent golden. And so the section in the middle, is that like a Marini buildup? Excellent. So it was a bunch of slices of, what do I want to say, a cane, a Marini cane. So it's cut into little thin slices, and then they fused them all together into a flat sheet, and then rolled that up to create the tubing form. And then he's montaged that together with these two other sections. When you do it with the Marini, do you call it like a montage, or do you call it an encalmo when it's a Marini section? All right, so they're getting set up to do the first transfer. So he's kind of got the bottom of the can. The can is what we refer to as the main body in a pipe, that there's the mouthpiece section, there's the bowl or the fitting, and then the can, which is that main body section where the water or the reservoir would go. And so he's got the bottom all ready, and they're going to do a little transfer to another punty. And then he'll take it off this, which will make the opening where the mouthpiece neck would go. Wow, that's a really beautiful pattern. All right, so this is an important step to do the transfer, make sure they have good attachment where he puts on the new punty, and that we get a clean break at the top so that it's ready to connect to the mouthpiece. All right, we'll let them go on that for a second and come back. All right, so we're back here with Frit, and so he's added all that pattern in. He's condensed the piece down so that it has really accentuated the wigwags or the back and forth pattern of the line work. And it looks like you have a little lip wrap on there. So just a little line of color, it really creates a distinct edge. So is that going to be the actual lip of the mouthpiece?
That'll be this side.
Okay.
I'll do the same lip wrap.
Okay, so the lip wrap is going to be a little encalmo band in between the sections. So that'll create like a little distinctive separation line in the pattern between the front and the back. All right, so we've got most of the pattern prep done. And so, okay, so next we will start to do the assembly of this piece. All right, and Johnny, you're getting ready to do the inside out?
Yeah, I'm prepping up some more tubing for it.
All right, yeah, you're getting the clear section ready. So you're going to flare out the end, or flare open the end. Nice. All right, so Niko's really working on the head shape. So he's kind of flattened out into more like a petal, elongated round, gives it a point. And so then he made an indentation. That's going to be the top of the head, or is that the mouth?
This is going to be the mouth.
Okay, this is the mouth. So it creates kind of the opening for the teeth. All right, Nick, you're really moving through it. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're up to 8, 9, 10. So you're almost done with this wing.
Yeah, I'll probably end up making another 1 or 2 to fill in that bottom there.
Yeah, you'll have to make 1 or 2 more feathers to fill it in. But the density on that looks great. That's a great question. I know I should talk to him about that. Okay, so you've got Scott. You've got all the backing done now on the marble.
The inside.
The inside.
Yeah.
So now you're going to add scribble on the outside of it as well.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So the view side that has the opals, the lens side, is that going to be the top of the mushroom or the bottom of the mushroom?
The top.
Okay, so you'll be able to see it.
Yeah, it's like a bottom mushroom, and you'll be able to see inside.
Excellent. Okay, so yeah, so he did an initial inner pattern, and then he encased that in white.
Yep.
Okay, and then so a layer of white over that, and that kind of separates the inside from the outside. And now he's adding the pattern to the outside over the white, so that the pattern will be both inside and out, but you won't see through it. And so he's just moving with what feels like a very natural flow of melting the glass around, just creating that kind of random scribbled effect.
Wabi sabi.
Your wabi is very sabi.
Eva's team captain today. She's already scored 2 goals before halftime. Yeah.
All right, so is this little section the flare that you're going to work inside? Okay, so he's cut a small section of clear and opened it up like a cup, and then that's going to allow him to draw the glass inside of the cup. So he's able to get the color prep that he had nice and hot, and was able to push that in to stick to that inner wall. And how many of these fingerprints are you going to put in there?
3.
Okay, it's going to get 3 fingerprints. Oh, what was it? Thumbprint? Okay, thumbprints.
Yeah, these are actually inspired by Eric Krunk. Joe has like a vintage Eric Krunk piece actually on display.
Okay, so this is inspired by Eric Krunk, who is kind of like a chaos master. He really packs in like a whole bunch of sequences together. I think most of it is all inside-out style work. And so he was one of the early masters of the inside-out techniques, which was just about adding pattern to the inside of the glass. And so when it gets melted, it looks like it's bubbling up to the surface of the glass. Excellent. All right, Nick has his big piece out now. So this is the Reaper character that he's been working on. So he's got all the arms and legs on. You're adding some bridges in?
Taking some bridges off.
Okay, taking some bridges off, clearing some space. So the bridges were there to hold these parts in position while he was making sure that all the connection points were totally melted together and flowed. And so now he's going to be removing those bridges, kind of clearing some space that both now all those things are very open, so it's easy to get to those connection points and to clean them off real good. And also to prepare to add the bridges for the wings. And so Niko's getting ready to work on the next section of the head. So he's got this nice rounded teardrop shape that he's then going to flatten out, and that's going to create kind of the flat head section for the snake. And so a big piece of what we have to manage is that we're always looking at the thickness of the glass. So a big piece of what Niko is doing is making sure that the thickness of the glass is very even and consistent from one side of the head to the other. So before he smashes it, he wants to make sure that all those wall thicknesses are right where he wants to be for when he smashes it out. All right, nicely cleaned up, Nick. Man, this piece is going to be pretty big. Excited to see that come together. Okay, so here Niko is starting to flatten it out. You don't want to do it all at once. You kind of want to do a little bit from each side so that the round you keep the roundness on both sides of the head. All right, and so now Niko is connected to Punty, so he's kind of pulling the nose to a little bit sharper point and to pull it up a little bit to give it its raised nose. All right, and so Frit has a section of the inside out that Johnny made earlier, and so this is a kind of a collab section that he's going to build into the larger assembly that he's been building up today. Great. Let's go see how they're doing over here on this side of the shop. All right, excellent. Another one in the box. All right, so that was just kind of prepping out the can section, and then you set it to the side that later you're going to...
Stem and a ground joint, make those all separate.
Uh-huh.
We bring them all back together.
Okay, so after this, you're going to make a stem section and a ground joint,
Correct.
and then once you have all three preps together, then you'll bring them all together and do the assembly.
Correct, but it's almost like a cooking show this time where I'm doing the parts because I cold work
Uh-huh.
and then assemble.
Okay, so you cold work the in-between so that they match up really nice?
It's really clean.
Yes.
Then I do assemblage, but since it's this type of time frame, I have everything already made in cold work for another set.
Right.
So it's like I'm doing it as a cooking show where I'm like now sticking it in the oven and then I can pull out the rest and be like, voila, this is done. So I'm just
Yes.
eliminating the cold work.
Yes, totally. Okay, so what he was telling me was that he's kind of showing the different sections of how the piece would be made. So how he makes the can, how he'll make the stem and the fitting, and then he has pieces that are already to that point that he'll do the assembly on, so it'll look very similar. But that way you got to see all of the steps in the process, but still be able to get to a finished piece today. So like the preps that he is doing today will get cold worked later and then assembled into a finished piece at another time. Ooh, this is a fun one. So would you guys just lay out a bunch of cane?
Yeah, we can do another wing wag.
Okay. Yes, excellent. So some line work is are they solid? Are they solid canes? So they're solid lines of color that that we put on this nice flat piece, and then heat it up enough to get all those sticks of color to start to stick together. And then once they got all of it to stick together, then they'll be able to come in with a punty with a collar and roll that up to make the vessel. All right, that's a very intricate work to make sure, you know, the good teamwork to make these transfers, for everything to go real smooth, just like we like it to go. All right, so Frit has started the assembly. So he has the mouthpiece section with the wigwags that he had prepared earlier. Then it has a band, was it black? Yep. Okay, so we have a band of black, which we call an encalmo. And so that will make a really distinct line in the pattern between the top section and the inside out section. And so when they come together, we usually start with a smaller area of connection, and then as we melt it, we blow that section out, and that pulls the glass to be very even together. All right, so Edgar has the collar, which is the metal punty with glass that creates kind of a big ring around it that he'll roll along the edge of those color lines, and that will form that flat shape into a hollow vessel. Ooh, beautiful. Nice and hot, melted together. All right, that's a good one. So you got to get it to unstick a little bit from the ceramic shelf. Yes, definitely. Yeah, it is. It's such its own language. Yeah, all the little references.
Pretty roll up.
This is gonna be a beautiful roll up. Okay, so he touched it to one side, and then as he rolls it around, then it creates that connection. And he used this fancy pie tool, and so they're able to, on one side, see how long all the flat stuff is, and it converts it into how big the round would be. So that's how he knew what size collar to make for that.
Do you mind if I take over to
Yeah,
plug some stuff?
yeah, anytime.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Turtle, one of our artists here for the 420 event. He's been keeping us very well educated on what's kind of going on with our flame workers today, which has been super helpful. As somebody who definitely is more comfortable in glass blowing, having him here to kind of keep us in the loop and educate us on what our flame workers are doing is really amazing. But yeah, like he was saying, we just went ahead and did this roll up. So for those of you that have maybe been hanging out for quite some time, you may remember when we pulled what we call cane, which you can see down here on the hot shop floor. Basically, we make the roll up by chopping up that cane into these smaller, like 5-6 inch kind of rods and laying them out flat next to each other to create kind of an alternating pattern of colors to create, you know, a new pattern on the surface of our glass. In our case right now, they went ahead and made a collar on the end of a blowpipe. So we're going to eventually be able to actually blow air into this glass that we kind of rolled onto that collar without having to like create a bubble with clear glass first. So there won't be any sort of clear layer between the rods of color and the actual kind of hollow space. So you'll see he's just kind of fixing the alignment of it right now, trying to make sure that everything kind of evenly matches up with one another. And then we're going to eventually see the process of him actually closing off one of those ends so that we don't have that open hole anymore and actually we'll be able to blow into it and inflate the glass. And again, being able to host this event here at the museum is such an amazing thing, and we're so happy to have all these artists here. So could we just give a round of applause to all the amazing artists that we have at the museum today? We really would not be able to put on such an amazing and fun event without them, and also be able to celebrate a kind of side of glass art that doesn't get the recognition that it deserves oftentimes. And be able to not only have the, you know, hard glass workers doing the flame working, but also the soft glass makers that do, you know, pipe making and rig making with soft glass as well. We really are getting kind of both worlds colliding together, and it's been really, really fun so far. We will have to eventually take a lunch break, but we hope that you'll join us after our lunch as we continue to work with our artists. We also will be open late, so we're extending our hours today. We'll be open all the way until 8 p.m. instead of our regular 5 p.m. There's no extra cost to be here later. And then also we'll be having a silent auction. We'll have some food vendors, lots of fun stuff going on, and our artists will still be here hanging out, working in the hot shop until that time as well. So I just want to come and check in if anybody has questions or concerns or anything that they want to kind of know a little bit more about, let me know. I'm here to kind of guide you through it as much as I can. Of course, our hot shop is a little bit busier than usual, so it's kind of hard to keep you in the loop about everything, but I'll do my best to kind of walk you through the process. The auction will be at that like later time, the 5 to 8. Yeah, I think it's only for people who are actually physically here. Oftentimes we've done like online ones, but I do know for this event we're doing it for people who are actually here from that 5 to 8 p.m. window. So you'll see that he has kind of cleaned up that collar wrap that we did, that roll up, and is now applying a little bit of clear glass onto the end. Like I had kind of mentioned earlier, we're closing up that opening so that he'll be able to actually blow air into the glass and actually inflate the glass that we had added onto the blowpipe. You'll also notice that he's kind of going in and trimming away some of that excess glass as well, because we don't want, you know, kind of that edge of clear glass poking out. It looks like our 3 artists on the torches that are working on a collaborative piece are still kind of working on their individual parts that are eventually going to be coming together to create one large piece. Right now, at that kind of center table, we can see Nick has that wing that he's working on. He's actually making 2. So one of them has already been made, but you'll notice that he's starting to make that second one. So a pretty tedious process. He made each individual feather and is now going in and actually adding all those feathers onto a base. And then those wings will be attached onto his larger character, his larger piece. So over at this table here, we have Johnny Quest. And what you'll see he's working on is what we call an implosion. This is when we kind of like draw on one kind of flat side of the glass, and then we get the glass to actually heat up and kind of encase around it and implode what we drew. So he's making a flower, actually, a flower implosion that he's then going to turn into tubing. So if you look close enough, you'll sometimes be able to get that little sneak peek at that flower, especially when he actually rotates it towards you to blow into that blow tube. But he's basically heating those edges to try and get the glass to go kind of inside and then cover it, and allowing that color that he drew on to actually implode. So Niko here kind of in the center with the white long sleeve on, he's working on these snake heads that are going to be added to this kind of larger piece that 3 of the artists are working on together. So he's going to have this, snake with these 3 heads, and he's already made 2 of them. So he's on to the 3rd snake head. So you can see how he's kind of having to go between blowing it, shaping it, keeping it nice and hot. Next to him, Nick is working on that wing. And then on the farthest side, we have Scott, who's actually working on some little mushrooms that are also going to be a part of this large piece. So there's going to be kind of like this Grim Reaper character sitting in the center that's going to have these big wings, and then the snakes that Niko's making, and then these kind of sprigs of grass and these little mushrooms kind of on the bottom as the kind of ground for all of it. So it's very large. It's going to be a very large piece when all together. And kind of like Turtle was saying, it's not often that you get to have 3 separate artists working all together to create, one big piece. So it's really cool to be able to have the opportunity here and now at the museum to have these artists kind of working all together on something so grand. So in the center bench where we did the collar and we did the kind of roll up of the cane onto our blowpipe, our artist is currently doing a wigwag pattern, which is basically kind of like a zigzagging color pattern that glass artists can do that we typically do see done with flame working. But in our case, we're getting the treat of seeing it done in kind of this larger glass blowing. You'll notice how he achieves it is by taking that torch and actually heating one specific area and then kind of grabbing the end and twisting it, allowing it to create that zigzagging pattern. So he just did one a moment ago, and we'll be able to kind of see it again. But this is basically going to be prep work. It's going to go into our garage, as we call it, which is this kind of big silver box that you see here. Our glass blowers are able to kind of pop things in and out of there that we might need a little later on. And it allows us to just keep it safe. It keeps it at a stable temperature where it's not too hot, not too cold. So we can kind of pull it in and out, allowing us to make these very intricate pieces that have a lot of moving parts. And so this kind of wigwag piece that they're working on in the center here will get stored and put away until we're ready for it. So Johnny Quest is still working on that implosion flower that I was mentioning earlier that will eventually turn into some tubing. And again, snake heads are being made, the wings are being finished, and some more little mushrooms. And the mushrooms that Scott is making all the way on the far side actually have some opals inside of them as well that have been encased in glass. So if you are able to kind of get a little peek at these over here, you'll notice on these guys, there's actual opals that have been encased into the glass, along with these kind of little marbles and rollers as well. So that's what he's kind of doing for the mushrooms as well, is encasing these opals and putting it into the caps of the mushrooms. So, and I just want to point out one of our other soft glass workers kind of off to the far side of the hot shop is also working on just some prep work. So one of the things about glass filling is a lot of it is prepping, making sure that we have all the parts that we need to then make a larger piece. And one of the other things about doing kind of either rig making or, you know, bong making for soft glass artists is that they want it to look as clean and precise and well done as the flame workers can achieve. Especially since, you know, flame workers get that very detail kind of oriented environment where they can make very small changes. So it's really nice for them to be able to kind of make the piece, show you how it's done, and then put it away, because it actually goes through a lot of what we call cold working before it's like ready to be shown off. So he kind of makes the pieces to show you what the prep work looks like, puts it away. It goes through its own kind of after work. And then finally we can actually use it to create like a finalized piece. He keeps kind of, we refer to it as like, it's kind of like a cooking show. It goes into the oven and then, oh, all of a sudden it's done and we have this one all finished and it's perfect. We have some pieces that have already been kind of cold worked and perfected, ready to go in our annealer, which is kind of this big black box that you see towards the front of the hot shop. So sometime probably after lunch, he'll be reaching in there to pull out some pieces that have already been kind of perfected and are ready for all those parts that are hanging out in here to be added onto it. So it takes a little bit of kind of, I guess there's a lot of in-between steps compared to the torch working, kind of flame working side of things. They can kind of finish everything and get it all kind of put together and presented to you pretty quickly, whereas we have to go through, you know, day-long steps of letting the glass cool and then going and grinding it, heating it back up to then add other elements. So it becomes a little bit of a longer process. We can now kind of check in with our center bench here and see that wig wagging that they've been doing, so that kind of zigzag patterning. And you can see it kind of spreading across the entire surface of that glass now. Again, you'll see the process. He kind of heats it with that torch in a very specific fine area. And then it's going to go in, grab the top of the glass kind of with this handle that he's created and twist it to create that kind of wig-wagging pattern. When we do this wig-wagging in kind of the flame-working world, we'll usually do it and kind of, it's a similar process, but it's a little bit different where we're on the lathe. So this kind of metal contraption that we had running a little bit earlier is called the lathe. Basically, it keeps the glass constantly rotating for us. So we can work on much larger pieces and not have to worry about manually rotating it, right? It's spinning for us. And what can be done is to achieve this same patterning of that kind of zigzagging wig-wag is actually by pulling on one side of the glass, because it's connected to either side, and making it stop rotating on one end but continue rotating on the other, which then causes it to create that kind of zigzagging. So if we kind of take a little look over at Niko, who's kind of in this center torch over here, we can really see that snake coming together, that snake head. If you look close enough, you can actually see its fangs kind of sticking out now, as he has started to kind of build out certain characteristics and identifiable traits of the snake. In our center bench here, it looks like our wig wagging pattern is all finished up. So now it's just going to be a matter of kind of just cleaning it up, fixing up any little imperfections, and then actually putting it away for storage until we're ready to use it. Same with our even farther bench over on this side. They're working on some stems as well, some down stems, and also probably some necks to some rigs. Which are all just, prep work for later pieces. It looks like Scott's showing off that mushroom cap that has those kind of encapsulated opals inside of it right now. But again, I want to remind you, if you want to kind of know what it looks like to encase an opal in that glass, we have like 5 different examples, I think, right down here that are just beautiful and have kind of Scott's very well-known coloring as well. So we'll notice now on one of those wings that Nick has made, he's starting to remove kind of like the supports for it, what they would call the bridges. Trying to just get those kind of clear supports off so that the wings will be ready to be attached onto the large piece. It looks like Niko is getting further on that snake head, We can see right now he's actually kind of fixing up some of those, making them really nice and sharp. So this is the perfect moment where we can see that kind of wig-wagging pattern pretty up close. If we look at the glass that we have on the lathe right now, you can see that kind of zigzagging pattern that was created by actually having, you know, one side still rotating while actually stopping the other end to create that kind of zigzagging, spiraling wig-wag pattern. So it's really cool. We can see kind of the small scale version, the kind of flame working version right next to, you know, the soft glass, larger glass blowing version kind of right next to each other to compare and contrast the two. And now that the lathe has been turned on, you can actually kind of get a better idea of how that works, how it keeps it kind of constantly rotating. And then the blowtorch itself, the torch is able to kind of move forwards, backwards, side to side. He's able to really manipulate where the heat can go. Right now, he has it set so that it's not too hot yet. Just to kind of preheat and get that glass back up to a temperature where we can start to actually change it again. And in the center, we can see that we've gone from kind of this like long, skinny like rod, or maybe even like kind of this long oval of glass, to definitely kind of squatting it down and creating it to be more circular, more spherical. You'll also notice that they're going to actually start to blow some air into the glass in the center bench. It looks like that snake head that Niko was working on, it has been placed into the annealer up towards the front here. So the annealers are just basically an important place where they can store their glass to keep it at a stable and safe temperature for them. And it looks like he just went ahead and pulled out one of those snake bodies. So we actually have, you know, the body that he pulled out of the annealer. It looks like we're gonna go ahead and get a gather of fresh glass onto our kind of wig-wag pattern that we had in the center bench. And it looks like we're also doing something that we call a strip gather. So this is when we kind of gather that fresh layer of glass, but then we allow some of it to actually strip off of the surface, just giving us kind of a thinner layer of fresh new glass. And right now, the glass that we just added on is going to look like it has some sort of color to it. It's going to kind of glow this orangey, yellowish color, when in reality, it's completely clear. All of the glass that we have inside of our glass furnaces, our soft glass, is going to be completely clear, and then we actually have to go in and add our own color. So it looks like at the lathe right now, Frit Glass, he's kind of opening up that wig-wag tube that he has right now. So you can see how he's kind of able to use that tool to get inside of it, because there is that hollow space that he was blowing his own breath into. So next to the lathe at the table with Johnny Quest, it looks like he's still been working on that flower implosion and turning it into a tube. If you look close enough, you can actually start to see that kind of flower inside of there that he imploded into the glass. And it looks like for the most part, most of our glass blowers and our flame workers are starting to kind of finish things up, because we will be taking our lunch here in a little bit. But one of the things about glass is that you pretty much have to finish, at least in glass blowing, you have to find an actual finish where you put the piece away before you can just walk off, right? There's no such thing as kind of just putting it down, right? We have to actually finish it out, see it through. So it looks like the flame workers are kind of just slowly finishing off. Our glass blowers might take a little bit longer just to finish their pieces, but we will expect to go on our lunch pretty soon here. And I just want to point out in our center bench that as that glass starts to kind of cool down a little bit, we're starting to see those colors show up a lot more, and also that really, really cool pattern that they were able to manipulate into the glass. You'll notice that he was using the super hot torch that is very fine and allows us to kind of target a very specific area to heat up that one spot so that he could kind of create this hole into the surface of the glass. So you can see we now have this opening into that hollow space that we kind of achieved from blowing air into our blowpipe. It looks like we're getting a little bit of glass on the end of a punty, and we're preparing for this piece to actually be switched onto a new pipe. So we're going to be breaking off of its original blowpipe and rotating onto this solid pipe because we don't need any more air going into the glass. Also because we kind of poked a hole in it, so we wouldn't be able to actually inflate it anymore anyway. So we're going to be switching onto this new pipe. You'll see that we're going to make the attachment onto the bottom. And now where we have kind of this thinner area in the glass, we're going to add a little bit of water to crack the surface. And then we're going to get ready to go ahead and tap it off of the pipe. We're now going to see one of our glass blowers using something that we call a soffietta. This actually is a tool that we can use to kind of blow air back into a piece, kind of re-inflate it just ever so slightly once it's been disconnected from its blowpipe, since we no longer have that kind of easy way to get air into it. We can instead use the soffietta to just kind of re-inflate it a little bit towards that front half. So you'll see this opening that we have left over from the blowpipe, he's actually going and kind of pinching and pulling at to separate it out and away from the rest of the piece. and then it's going to be trimming it off as well. So he's basically taking the opening that we had from the blowpipe and is trying to close it off so that the only hole that we have open is the one that he created on the side of the piece. And then he's actually going to be able to use that Sophietta still to kind of put it into that hole that he created on the surface, on the side of the piece, to kind of re-inflate it. Because what he's wanting to achieve is like almost like this perfect circle, which can be pretty challenging if you don't have a way to get that air back inside of the piece. But also, if we didn't have some sort of small air hole in the glass and we tried to close off all, ways of air to enter or exit, it would actually create a vacuum, and then the entire piece would kind of just fall apart and suck into itself, and we would no longer have a blown piece. It looks like some of our flame workers also came back out. They realized that they had a little bit of time still, so they decided to come back out and maybe finish up a few more details on some small parts before we go to lunch. So we just did another switch over to a different pipe. Switch back. Oh, I see. We were on a blowpipe. Sorry, I couldn't see that it tapered. So we are back on a blowpipe. He's going to be able to actually blow air back into it from that hole that he had created on the side. Zigzagging.
Soft, so it's going a lot faster.
Okay. So what's going to happen is basically he's going to roll this out and get it elongated again. And then similar to how he was getting that wig-wag pattern previously, he's going to do it again. So he's going to repeat that same kind of heating one section, twisting it, because it's going to create an even more intricate pattern of kind of these flames. So it won't just be kind of this zigzagging anymore, but it'll actually create little flames. So you can see he's already gotten it kind of elongated, and he's actually switched kind of the access point. Not only that, we've also completely rotated the pattern. So it is a different direction than it was before. It's definitely a little bit challenging to see while it's still hot. So it might be kind of hard until it does start to cool down to actually see that pattern show itself. Yeah, so what we do when we create a collar, as we call it, which is what we've used twice now. We used it at the beginning when we kind of collected up that cane. We make sure there's no glass covering the blowpipe hole. And we do this by actually kind of separating it, getting it away from the front of the blowpipe and only kind of on that edge. Do we want glass? And then they blow a bubble and they let that bubble pop. And when the bubble pops, it makes sure that there's no glass in the way of that blowpipe hole. So then it makes it not an issue when he tries to inflate the piece. So the process that we're gonna see can be a little bit tedious as we're gonna watch him, get that shape right. He wants to make sure that it's elongated enough that then when he starts going in, adding that reverse wig-wag pattern, it'll actually be thin enough. We won't have to deal with too much thickness of the glass. And again, it's gonna create this kind of like flames, like fire flames, patterning on the surface. All of our other artists have officially left us. They are hungry for some tacos that we have prepped for lunch since everybody's been working so hard since like 9:30 this morning. We're all, you know, ready for that little break. But we're checking in with this piece that we have in the center. There was a little moment there where you could see that patterning on it as it was starting to cool down. It looks really cool. All the colors that were used and just that wig wag that they were able to achieve on it is looking really, really good. Again, he's going to be doing that same wig wagging pattern, but just in the, like, now the piece has been rotated to the opposite direction. So we're kind of going against the previous wig wag pattern and creating another one. And it's going to create these, like, flames, basically. You'll see that we're adding just a little bit of glass, just a bit of glass onto the end of the piece. He's basically kind of going to create like a knob or like a point where he can kind of grab hold of it to be able to twist it to create that other pattern into the glass. So we can see how he uses that torch to just heat up that one small section, and then he kind of grabs at the end and starts twisting it. So as he's twisting, it's actually only changing that one area that he's been heating with the torch. So again, by doing this, it's creating kind of a opposite pattern to the one that was already previously made. And so it's going to create this kind of fire flame patterning on the surface. So just a reminder to everyone, the rest of our hot shop, they were out here previously, but they have gone on lunch break. We usually kind of break to take lunch sometime between like 1 and 1:30, but we still have this piece that needs to get finished before we can actually put it down and go to lunch. So once this piece is finished, we will go to lunch and be back with you. We'll post the time up on the screen at that point as well. And then I just want to remind everyone, we're going to be open all the way until 8 p.m. So if you're in the area and you want to come hang out and stay with us, we're going to be extending our hours tonight and be open all the way until 8. We're also going to have a silent auction that's going to be taking place during that kind of after hours time. We also have, I know, like a food truck out there. I mean, I've been in here since 9:30, so I'm not really sure what's going on out there quite yet. But I know that we're going to have a beer garden, food truck, lots of events that will start at that 5 o'clock hour and go until 8 p.m. So if we take a second to look closely at the kind of bottom part where the glass has started to cool down, we're starting to see that patterning showing up. Definitely a little bit challenging to see right now just because either, you know, the angle's a little off or the glass kind of heats up and then that pattern becomes hard to actually kind of decipher again. But there will be a moment pretty soon here where we'll be able to see the whole thing and actually that pattern that has been created once the glass has actually cooled down quite a bit and he has finished it up. So he went ahead and just removed that bit of clear glass that he was using kind of as the anchor to be able to twist and create that pattern. He's probably just going to make sure that all of that clear glass has been removed so that we don't have any sort of, leftovers on the surface. I will be on my way to go eat my lunch finally because I'm pretty starved. So I thank you guys for being here, hanging out with us, and you'll be able to see this piece get finished off. And then we'll have the time posted when we'll be back from our lunch, and you'll be able to continue watching our hot shop demonstration. Otherwise, thank you so much, and I'll see you guys after the lunch break.
All right. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We're just coming back from lunch, so we're just getting started again. So we have Frit glass here. So we've already assembled 2 sections, and you're doing what, a handle switch?
Yeah, I'm going to handle up to this and kind of work this section in a little bit.
Okay.
Before I combo it to the,
Okay.
what is the top of the can.
Right. Okay, so this is going to become like the main central body section of the pipe. And so he's putting the handle on this side so that he can melt the whole thing really good, that in some of these sections that the glass is a little uneven. And so by handling up, he'll be able to hold it from both sides. And then he's going to really melt it down so that when he puffs it back out, that the glass will become even in the wall thickness, so there won't be like a lumpy areas and thinner areas. And so this is what we call a lathe. The lathe does the spinning work. So as you can see with the offhand people, that that we have to kind of keep spinning and rotating the glass to work with gravity, so that it doesn't slump down. And so the lathe just keeps the spin constant and allows for really precision, even work. So the lathe is a very handy tool for perfecting these patterns. And so you can see that now that he has the other handle on, he'll start from one side and work to the other, just really melting it together, getting it to condense down, and then when he goes to puff it out a little bit, the heat will be very even, and it'll flatten those walls out. So we'll come back here in a minute and check out the progress. All right, so over here with Johnny. Johnny, are you putting on some millies on the outside? Okay, so he has these sections that we call millifiori or millies, and so they made a picture in the glass. What do I want to say? Like long ways that you build up what is an image in a big chunk, and then when you pull it down, you get that same image into little chunks that he cuts up. And so now he's applying those pictures, those glass pictures, to the outside of the glass. And were those stars? What was the pattern there? Okay, so one is flower and one is thumbprints. So he's adding these little glass pictures to the side of this this vessel. All right, we'll come back and check on that in a little bit. How's it going, Niko?
Going well.
Excellent. So this is the second or third head?
This is the third head.
Third head. So you've got 2 of the 3 done, and kind of adding the final touches to this one. Yeah. And so you've got these really nice opal encasements for the eyes. And then you said it was butter is the kind of the color you use for the teeth. So kind of a creamy white color for the teeth. And so he's adding on a punty that he's going to remove the hollow handle, and that's going to be where he'll attach it to the body. So he's going to put it on this handle, what we call a punty. He's going to attach to the nose, and then he'll open up the vessel from the other side where he has the hollow tube, and have that connection ready to go to the larger body sections. So he gets it attached, lets it set up, make sure it's solid enough to hold the piece, and then quickly move to the other side and start to tear that handle off. And so at this step, he doesn't want to just tear the handle off, because then the vessel would be trapped with air inside of it. So he kind of thins it out, and then he'll pop a hole in one side, and that one, when he tears it open, it tears the hole open. And then he'll kind of pick off the little bit of extra glass that he doesn't want in the pattern. All right, Nick is putting the final touches on these wings to make them ready for the attachments. All right, Scott is working with the tiniest little opal marbles.
I don't believe it. There's nothing there.
Yeah, exactly.
They're super tiny.
That is a pretty small little opal. And so the opals that you're encasing, they're going to go into more of the mushroom tops? Sweet. Okay, one more mushroom top to make before you really start assembling the mushrooms. Really?
They say these are very small opals.
A warning that these are very tiny opals. I am so glad that we were warned.
Like, are you sure you want these things in my country?
Yeah.
There's nothing here.
Yes, right. $5 a piece for each one of these tiny little opals. And so the way that we use, these are synthetic opals, the ones that are grown in the lab. They don't have any water content, which allows them to be compatible with the glass. If we used like the actual opals like from Australia, that they have a water content, which is what makes the color in them. And so when you would melt them, they would explode because that water would want to expand. So we have to use the synthetic opals, but that allows us to actually encase them inside the glass. And so what we do is we take that little opal and we drop it down inside of a tube. And then from the outside, we're able to melt that glass down around the opal to get the encasement. So that's what Scott's doing here, is he just dropped one of the opals down into the side of the tube, and he's melting that clear glass down around it. And then once he has those elements, he'll add them into some other pieces. So this is one of the snake body sections that Niko has. So Scott did the color pattern, which is what we call the scribble tech, on this body. And so Niko has shaped out the main form of the body, and now he's going to open up the neck to have it be ready to attach to the head that he was just finishing. So he's removing the excess glass, making sure that the neck ends right at that length that he's going for, to have a nice flow from the neck into the head. So now he's going to pop the hole open. And then he's going to use a graphite reamer, and that's what we use to touch the glass to manipulate it. And so you can put that in and open that hole size up to just the right size to meet up with the head. All right, it looks like you got that worked out nice and even. Did the handle switch. And so you're going to add on another 1 or 2 sections onto the bottom?
Yes, this will be the top of
Okay, so this is...
top of nice clean hole.
Okay, so this is where the top of the can, which is the main body section of the piece, is going to meet up with a thinner mouth, the mouthpiece section. So he's going to create a nice even hole at the very top where it's going to meet up with the rest of the piece. And that section that he's pulling it has a little bit of pattern. So as he pulls it, that pattern twists down tighter and tighter to that point. So he's thinned down that very tip so that the glass is really thin at that one spot comparative to the rest of the wall, and that allows that hole to really come out right at the center. And so adding just a little bit of air pressure inside forces that glass out so you can just pull that little surface off. So now he has a really clean lip to connect to the mouthpiece. Again, going in with the graphite to perfect that hole size. All right, Johnny, it looks like you got all those pieces melted in really nice. So the couple of thumbprints and the flower millies.
Yeah, I'm about to prep up a little flare to close it when I'm done.
Okay, you're gonna prep a little. So are you gonna draw inside of that as well?
Yeah, I'm about to do thumbprints and then some dots and
Okay, yes. So Johnny's working on what we call inside out patterns. So, and what that is that we open up a clear piece of tubing, and that allows us to draw either color or the milli or some other pattern of color that we can draw inside of the glass. And so then when he melts it at the very end, the glass that's on the inside bubbles up towards the surface, so it looks like it's actually traveling up through the glass. Creates a lot of motion and great depth. All right, so are these the sections that are going to come together for the stem, for the mouthpiece?
This is the mouthpiece, and then this will be the splash guard and shoulder.
Okay, of the can? All right. So this will be kind of assembling the top of the piece, what we refer to the mouthpiece or the stem. All right, so now he has these two sections mounted up in the lathe. He's gonna bring them up to working temperature. And and then he will melt just those two edges really to a nice red hot, and then he'll push them together and give it a little air, and that'll even out and extend that glass so that it's nice and smooth on the inside. What you looking for? Right here. So making sure everything's nice and lined up, had a nice red hot, and just softly brought those two pieces together. And now he'll heat that seal area and blow into it and expand it out a little bit, really evening out the glass where it joins together to make sure there's no ridges or any place where it's not really flowing. So while I'm up here, I try to describe, kind of what everybody's doing so that you have an idea. But if you have any questions, you can shout out your questions to me, and I can answer the things that you're noticing and thinking about. And so very subtly, as he gets it hot, he both is blowing into it a little bit, which is making it expand, as well as he's bringing in the chuck from this right side so that it's condensing a little bit and adding material into that space. So he's not just thinning it out as he's blowing it out, but he's actually adding material in so that it stays the same thickness as it gets bigger. So he's using the graphite paddle to really refine the shaping there to make a really strong, tight edge in the transition from the inside out section to the pattern section. All right, it looks like you got 3 more thumbprints in there, Johnny. Beautiful. Nice. You can do some chalk drawings on the ground.
Yeah, we gotta visualize.
That's right. It'll be a perfect way to have it all laid out so everybody can see it together. have Jamie come and get some pictures of it. Let's see, I'm going to set up where Johnny is here in a little bit. We decided to go ahead and switch because he needs to leave a little early today. So I'm gonna give him a little extra time right now, and then I'll jump in there to finish the whale soon.
Johnny needs to leave early.
Yeah, Johnny's going to have to leave just a little early. Yeah. All right, so this is an annealing flame. It's a soft orange flame. It's not hot enough to melt the glass, but hot enough to get it to really warm up and expand so that it doesn't shock or crack. And so you've got most of the shaping done for the stem now. So you're going to cut off the handle on the right side next.
Yeah, I'm going to open this up and lip wrap it with black.
Okay.
And I'm going to add that section I was working on a minute ago.
Okay, so he's going to pull the handle off on this this side, and then he's going to add a little wrap of black, which will create a strong black line in the pattern. And then he'll bring in the piece that he was working on before. That'll be the rest of the bottom of the can. So we're at a nice transition point. He's kind of got the top of the piece done, and then he's going to bring in the pattern that he had prepared before to finish up the bottom half of the piece. All right, looks like we got a little chalk drawing going on. This is a classic method of glass artists communicating to the other artists in the shop. Ooh, looks like we got some fun stuff happening over on the soft glass side. So earlier today, they pulled out some clear encased white stringers or cane, so round rod that they pulled out. They cut it into like 4 or 5 inch length pieces, and they stacked them all up next to each other. And so they put it in the kiln. It's going to heat up, and they're going to fuse all those lines together into a flat sheet of glass. And then they're going to take the punty with a collar or a ring of glass around it, and they're going to roll that up, that flat sheet of glass, they're going to roll it up into a vessel. So that'll be a fun one that we'll keep our eyes out as the soft glass side gets going. All right. Thank you all for joining us on this special 420 weekend. This is the second time that the Museum of Glass has invited us pipe artists to demonstrate what we do for you guys. So thank you all for coming out and joining us today. We're just coming back from lunch, so everybody's kind of just getting started again. All right, so Johnny, you added some silver fume in there. So one of the ways that we can color the glass is that we can vaporize a little bit of pure silver, and it makes a very thin layer of metal that sticks to the glass, and it creates like a transparent yellow to blue faded color. And so he applied that to the inside of the glass, and now he's doing little clear dots that are going to trap that little bit of silver color in between the 2 layers of clear. And that is both going to allow that to come up into the glass and look like a bubble rising up into the surface of the glass. and it also kind of traps the color where it is, because as we work and burn that silver off, the color thins and changes. So when he puts this little dot over it, it traps that amount right where it is, and then when he heats it up more and erases the color around it, it'll have this distinction between the colors, the dots, and the color of the rest of the piece. He's doing some inside-out dot work. So he did the silver fume on the inside, and now he's trapping it with the little dots of clear in between the millies and the thumbprints that he put in. All right, so when you do this wrap, you just do it by hand, like just a single wrap of color right on the end? Okay. I was gonna say that is a pretty tricky thing to do the hand wrap with the lathe, because you can't control the speed at which the lathe is churning once you start. So you have to have all the temperatures just right for the glass to keep flowing evenly as the lathe churns the piece of glass. So he's turned it down to turn as slow as possible, heating up the color rod that he has prepared. Yeah. No, that's right. That's why it is a tricky step. Everything has to be just right. Right. Yes, and so it wasn't all the way fused together, so if you let it cool down, you can snap it back off because they haven't actually fully bonded yet. So we're going to give that a second try. I mean, it's pretty good for you to do this while I'm talking to you.
It's tricky because it's got to be just right, and then if there's like a slight breeze, then the flame cools down just enough where
That it pulls it, yes, exactly.
then it's not stable. You want it to really have that perfect.
It has to have a little tension, right? It has to be soft enough to actually move to the glass, but not so hot that it just gets really loose. So it is quite the exacting balance required to lay this little line of black down along this lip, what we call a lip wrap. That's right. He was saying that every color is different. So the texture of every color of glass is a little different when it gets hot. So clear, when it gets hot, becomes very viscous, very liquid. This is black, and so the black is very stiff. Even when it gets hot, it still has a lot of resistance. And so we have to build a relationship with every single color on understanding what heat it wants and how fast it's going to move. All right, so now we have this nice little ring of black that was added to the lip, which will create a strong line in the pattern from one section to the next. All right, it looks like we got some exciting moments over here with Nick. He's putting on the first wing of his Reaper character. The pieces really come together a lot. It's got a good size. He's got all the arms and legs on there. And so this is one of the big steps, is getting the wing on. And he's doing right now what we call a bridge technique. And what that is it's a piece of glass that goes from the piece that he just added on to the piece he's adding it to. And that holds the piece really stable so that as he melts this connection point in, that it doesn't move and twist while he's making it. And so that bridge holds it in place so that he can really get it melted and soft at that connection point. So in the borosilicate, when we add one piece of glass to the other, we have to make sure that that connection is all the way flowed together. In the soft glass, they can add two pieces together, and there can be kind of like a big dip or crease where those two pieces come together, and the glass is okay with that. But in the borosilicate, if we left that little crease, then it would want to break there. That would be a place where the surface wasn't as strong. And so whenever we add two pieces together, we have to go back in and make sure that we've really flowed that seal all the way together, because the surface tension, the flow of the surface of the glass is what really makes the strength in the borosilicate, in the pipe glass. And this is a big moment. That there's a lot done on the piece. He's adding in this next big section, and he has to do it in a way that he's really aware of where is the heat in this piece. Because every time that we've added on, he's been working on this for a couple days now, and at any point, things can go not as planned. So these are some big moves that Nick's doing right here. And Niko is working on his snake, so he added the head to the body, and he's again going through and making sure that that seal point where the two pieces of glass came together has been really melted or flowed into each other. We want both the outside surface and the inside surface to flow like one piece of glass. Hey, Jamie. We got one. Yes, yes, that would be good. Right? Yeah, yeah. You can move that box a little bit too. There you go. That'll be part of it. They're gonna, right? That like these are the snakes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I can bring it over and look at it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Is it in there right now?
Yeah.
Does it look somewhat?
Yeah, so right now I just went, it's just my guy. And I've got
Niko, I am right on your left.
All right. So Frit Glass has this mouthpiece stem all ready to go. He has this next section that he got from Johnny, that Johnny was working on earlier. And so it has the inside out pattern style with a little bit of line work at the top. So he's mounting that into the lathe, and he's going to bring that into this other section, connect the two, and start to shape what is the top of that can or that reservoir. How are you guys doing? Good. Are you having fun? Excellent. Do you have any questions? Yeah, you can ask any questions. I'll be happy to answer.
When they're making the glass, how do they make it? Like,
Well, okay, so you were asking about how do we make the glass. So the glass for the type that we're working with, it starts as rods of glass. So it starts as a solid rod like this, and either of clear or color. And then we will melt that onto a hollow handle, and then we will introduce the air into that solid piece to make it a vessel. And so then there are lots of different ways that we can apply it. You can draw the clear on, or the color onto the clear. You can come up with any number of ways to apply the color to the initial form. Sometimes we'll crush the glass, and then we'll roll it in the crushed glass. So there's any number of ways that you can think of to apply it. We could do that. Yes. What's your other question? So those actually come from, the rods are made in some factories. There's clear factories that make the clear rods, and there are color factories that make the colored rods. And the color factories are based out of Portland, so just a little bit south of here. The clear glass comes from a couple of different places, from China, from Germany, from the Czech Republic.
comes like that.
Yeah, and so the clear comes in 5-foot sections.
Does it break easily?
It can. It's both really strong, but if you hit it on something hard like a cement, so this is what the color rods look like. So pretty much everything we do starts in this form.
How do you guys paint them?
Well, so as you melt them, the glass is color all the way through it, and then you can use it like you're melting a pencil. So you draw with it like a pencil, but you're melting the end of it as you're drawing.
It just gets shorter and shorter really quickly.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
How do we make the different shapes? So there's hollow shapes and then there's solid shapes. So the solid shapes we do by just pushing on the glass. So we have these graphite tools, so it's kind of like the graphite in a pencil, and the graphite doesn't burn. So we can press it to the hot molten glass, and it stays just like it is. So with the solid pieces that you melt it, and the glass when it's melted just wants to be round. And so you take, well, let me finish first and then we'll come back to that. So we take that round form and then you can start to push on it or pull on it. And so everything is either pushing or pulling. That you can either push with something flat, you can push with something that has some shape to it, or we can attach a little handle and then we can pull it long so we can stretch it out. So all the forms are made by some combination of pushing and pulling. Yes, of course, that was a great question. So,
How do you make the shapes?
okay, we'll come back to that. So yours was, can you mix the color? And so you can mix color, but it's not like mixing paint. It's not like you take them and you like swirl them together.
Except you did them?
No, go ahead.
Do you take the two, like any color of glass and like melt them together?
Yes, yeah, that we melt them together, but essentially we're working with like layers. So when we have the glass, that will make like a layer of color, and then you can put another layer of color over it, and that it makes a new color by the way that the light passes through both colors together. Yes, so it doesn't exactly mix like paint, but we're layering the colors together to mix them. Yeah, great question. Okay. So the shapes we were kind of talking before are from either pushing on the glass with one of these tools, or that we can attach a glass handle and we can pull it. So all the forms are made from either pushing or pulling on the glass.
You guys know, in the total, how many glasses do you guys make a week?
Oh my goodness, how many do we make a week? As many as we possibly can. It could be anywhere from one piece for a whole month. Like like this piece that they're working on, they've been working on for several days between all of them. So it could be one piece. It could be one piece in a month, or we could do 10 or 20 in a day. Yes. What was your question? Like the tool the black tool that he had?
Yeah, you put the glass on it so it could get the shape of the...
Yes, so the graphite or the graphite doesn't burn, and the graphite can be carved into lots of shapes. So it could, you could. Yes, you can push on it, you can scrape on it. You can use metal tools to, like a butter knife is a common tool. But yes, and so you can carve the graphite into a shape, and then you can press that in to make a pattern into it. They're what?
Professional.
Yes, everybody here does this for a living. So we all go home and this is what we do every day. We feel very lucky that we get to do it because not everybody gets to do it every day. Why is there
Fire included?
So glass has to be melted hot to be able to move. And so when it's not hot, it's just solid, right? But when you melt them, they actually melt together and bond to each other. This is like a part of school. It would be awesome if school was this hands-on every time. Yes. So Niko this is going to be a snake body. So he has 3 heads. He's going to be attaching this head to this body next.
Do they have to use fire to melt it together?
Yes, that he uses the fire to heat both sides. Both have to be hot for them to bond together.
I have one more question.
Thank you very much. We really enjoy what we do. What was yours?
How can you guys make the fire change?
As far as like the size that's coming out of the torch.
Put that and then it makes the fire change.
So the fire is a combination of propane and oxygen. And based on the amount of propane and the amount of oxygen coming out, you get different flame chemistries. So sometimes it can be kind of big and bushy and orange, and that's a little bit cooler of a flame and more propane. And then it can be really pointy and sharp and blue, and that's more oxygen. And so you can change the chemistry of the flame, or he also has those little knobs on the back of his torch, and so that's how he controls how much oxygen or how much propane is coming out. So you can increase the propane to get a bigger flame, or you can increase the oxygen to get a sharper flame. So we're adjusting the ratios of those 2 chemicals to get the different flame sizes and settings. Yeah, great question.
I know this.
I'll come back to that one. Yes.
I know this doesn't have anything to do with like flames and all, but the flame between the blue flame and the orange flame is the exact same the exact opposite as how the body works with its oxygen.
Yes, it is very similar to the way that our bodies use the oxygen, that the oxygen and the propane combine.
It's like the exact opposite because the fire, the blue fire is more oxygen, but in
Right.
the body, it's less oxygen if it's the blue.
Oh, right, like in your blood, that when your blood has less oxygen, then it's more blue, and when it has a lot of oxygen, it's more red. That is a great observation. Yes, that is kind of the opposite. Yeah. Okay.
First of all, when the fire gets near their hands, does it like burn and do they like sometimes react to it or do they like handle it?
So that's a great question. She was asking about how hot is the flame when our hands are next to the fire. And so I would say that if you kind of draw rings around the fire, that every 6 inches or so is like a different temperature. So when you're really close, you can really feel it next to your hand and it gets hot. Or if the
Like a candle.
yeah, or if the piece is really big, right, then the piece is radiating a lot of heat off. And so the bigger it is, the further away you have to have your hands from the flame. So when it's little, you can have your hands really close. But when it's really big, you have to have a really long handle so that you have a long ways to go. Or we also wear gloves.
Why do they wear those green?
Yes.
Why do we make green tubes?
The green tube that he has, that is what controls the air that he's putting into it. So as it melts, the glass wants to kind of fall into itself. And so he can add air into it to push that wall out as it gets hot.
And how much do they get paid a week?
We'll come back to that one. That's also a good question. What do you got?
Do you know the glasses we use to make? How long would it take to make those?
So you were asking for the glasses that we drink out of, how long does it take to make one? Well, so there's different types of glass. There's the soft glass, which we have going on over that side, and that's like they have big pools of glass. So in the thing that's glowing over there, they can dip into a big molten vat of glass and come out with a big, and they can just come out and make the cup in like 5 minutes. In our work, in the borosilicate work, it takes a little bit longer because it takes a lot more heat to heat up the glass, and that we are starting from cold and heating it up. And so it takes us a little bit longer to make a drinking vessel in this type of glass. So it varies. It can be from 5 minutes to like a couple hours, depending on what patterns are in the glass and how much preparation it took to get it set up. Yay, great question. Do you guys have any questions? All right.
The sculptures in the hall when you get here, did you guys make those too?
Yes, you were asking the sculptures that are out in the hall that you saw is a mix of all of these different artists. There are some that are in the collection of the museum, and those artists aren't here. But most of the pieces that you see out in the cases are made by the artists demonstrating today. Wow, the one that looks like a pear, I don't know that one.
So when you're walking here, there's like a bridge across.
Oh, the bridge, yes.
And then on top of it, there's like glass, and then there's like so many kind of like glass sculptures. And then were you guys the ones that made that?
Let's see, no, we did not make the ones in the glass bridge. Those were made a while ago. Yes. Right. Yeah, that would be the many amazing artists that live here in Tacoma and maybe have come and visited as well. Yes.
It really impresses me how you guys you make this without even using gloves. That impresses me so much. But second of all, do you guys sell this stuff?
Okay, so first you were commenting on that it's impressive that we don't wear gloves for all this hot work that we're doing. And sometimes we do wear gloves. There are times when either the piece is really big or maybe we have to put our hands in the hot kilns. So there are times where we wear gloves and there's times where we don't. And because when you don't have the gloves, you have a little bit more control and dexterity of your hands. Let me come back to that in just a second. Huh? Yes, yes, especially on some of those ones in the back. Yeah, what do you got? Okay, so over here, what Scott is working on is he's taken some little tiny opals and he's encased them in the glass, and then he's positioned them in this larger piece of clear glass. So it's got like a big one in the middle and little ones on the side, and now he's drawing color over the surface of that so that the opals are inside of the color. And eventually he's going to open that up and it's going to be on top of a mushroom. Yeah, so they have a big piece that they're going to be working on for till tomorrow. That will be the snakes, the 3 snakes that Niko is making, with the reaper that Nick is making, with some grass and mushrooms that Scott is making. So all together, they're making a bunch of parts and pieces that will be assembled into one large piece at the end.
What's the mainest thing?
What's the what?
The mainest.
The mainest thing? Like, what's the most main thing that we do? You know, that changes for everybody. Like, everybody does very different work. And so, like Niko, one of his signature pieces is the snakes. For Nick, the Reaper character is a main thing that he makes. And so then when we work together, we try to put our main things together so that when people see the piece, that they recognize both artists in the work. Yes, yeah, you know, it takes a lot of practice and a lot of exposure, you know, but it's something that anybody can pick up, that you guys could take a class and that even you could do it. So that's what, so he's making what's called a Reaper. So it's kind of like a skull character with wings. So he's adding on the second wing. I hope so. I hope that you can hang around long enough. But most likely the whole piece will be done tomorrow. Yeah, because it's what he's making plus what he's making plus what Niko is making. So they're all making all these parts, and then at the very end they all get assembled together. Yeah. Uh-huh. No, none of it is painted. All the color that you see is the glass itself. You know, so the 2 types of glass are very different. That the soft glass, it can take like 2 days to a week to cool down, depending on how thick it is. On our borosilicate glass, it actually cools pretty quickly. Like, so he's working on the wings, and that area is hot, but everything else on the piece is cooling down. And so, like, our type of glass at the thickness that we work, the whole thing could cool down in like 10 minutes. Yeah. You're welcome. That was such wonderful questions. Thank you guys for participating. Yeah. How's everybody else doing? Does anybody else have any questions? Yeah. So the question was, does the borosilicate need to be annealed like the soft glass? And yes, we do need to anneal it to get the temperature to be consistent through all of the piece, because when glass gets hot, it expands. The part that's not hot doesn't expand. And so there's a tension between that expansion and that not expansion. And so with the boro, we need it to be not have differences of expansion. We want the whole thing to be hot, and then we want to cool down all together. So it doesn't have to anneal in the times and temperatures that they have to do in the soft glass, like that it has to cool down very slowly over the time. That the boro, as long as you get it all hot to where it's all the same, and that you can get it to cool down at all essentially the same rate, that we've released the tension. So that allows us a little bit different range of what we can do, because a place where we can work in can get cold enough that we can grab it and work forward, versus there's kind of everything has to be hot like the whole time. And then it has to cool down slowly all together. So yes, it needs to be annealed, but not quite in the same parameters as the boro. Yeah, great question. All right, anybody else got any questions or anything you're interested in? Okay, don't be afraid to yell it out if you have a question.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Do you want to take over again?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, sweet.
I had a nice little rest.
Yes.
All like spread out on the couch. Leaves me
All
in
right.
like 45 minutes. So
Perfect.
I just gotta make it through this last
right.
little stretch. Let me introduce everything, because we're just coming back from lunch now. I'm gonna do my introduction, and then I will start to take questions, okay? All right, so we are officially back from our lunch break. We just had one of our artists, Turtle, kind of answering some questions, chatting with some people about what we're doing today in our hot shop. And I just wanted to formally introduce everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Welcome to our hot shop here. And welcome to our 420 event joint venture. Round of applause for our artists that are here with us today. So I just want to let you know, my name is Charlotte. I'm going to be your MC for today. So that means if you have any questions that come up kind of while I'm walking you through the world of glass blowing and also now flame working, because this is kind of like an addition to our hot shop that we don't usually and normally have. We have kind of divided our hot shop into two separate halves. So you can see one half has all these really bright torches on these tables, or they're kind of put down in certain areas. And people are working kind of very handheld, right? They have everything kind of either in their hands, and they're manipulating the glass in a different way than maybe you've seen typically in glass blowing. So that's because on this side of the hot shop, we're working with soft glass. And on the other side of the hot shop, we're working with what is known as hard glass or borosilicate glass. So they're different formulas of glass, and they behave differently as well. So they aren't exactly the same in every single way, but there's a lot of similarities that can be drawn between the two. And in specific, this weekend, we're celebrating the art of pipe making, rig making, all these kind of functional glass pieces for 420. So we have some pieces kind of on display. This is the one that was a collaborative piece that was made last year. And then also some of the artists that are here have put some of their pieces on display for you to kind of look at as well. So we are just coming back from lunch. We had a very long first half of the day. We were very busy in our hot shop working on lots of things. So to give you a quick overview of kind of what's going on, what you can expect, on the far side with the torches, 3 of our torch working, flame working artists are doing a collaborative piece with 3 of them involved in it, which is not very typical, right? It's not a normal thing that gets to happen, but because we're all here kind of in each other's company and getting the opportunity to have all these artists be together, they're working on a collaborative piece with the 3 of them. So you'll see Scott on the far side. He's been working on some mushrooms. And if you get the chance to kind of look at some of these pieces down here, you'll see these kind of large marbles, or these rollers as we can call them as well, that have these encapsulated opals inside of them. So he's done that for the mushrooms that are going to be going onto this large piece that they're making together. So he's encapsulated these opals to make the mushroom caps, and then he's going to make these mushrooms and also like these kind of sprigs of grass that are going to go on the bottom of the piece. In the center, who's going to be kind of back in a little bit here, is Nick. He's been working on kind of the main character that is kind of the body of the work. It's one of his very well-known sculptures of a skeletal Grim Reaper, and it has these beautiful, very detailed wings that he made and actually just put onto the piece. So we're kind of seeing things starting to come together, which is really exciting. And then we also have one of our other artists, Niko, who's been working on some snake heads. So the snakes, the mushrooms, the skeletal creature are all going to come together to create this one piece. And it's going to be all 3 of these artists kind of represented in one piece, which is going to be pretty cool. The other thing that's happening is Quest, who's at this table right now, kind of working with the glass, and Anthony, also known as Frit Glass, are working on a piece together as well. So they're currently working on a bong together that's going to be kind of brought together. They're doing some really cool color, what we call wig wagging, which is kind of this jagged striping pattern of colors. So we're going to see that kind of get pulled out. You'll be able to get some examples. I'll make sure that you know what it looks like. But he's specifically using this kind of metal contraption. This is what we call the lathe. And it's very important because it keeps things rotating for us. Instead of him having to manually rotate with his hands and keep it in motion and in consistency, he's able to kind of pop it into this little machine, and it's going to rotate it for him. And then he can kind of change where the torch is. He can move things around. It makes things really user-friendly so that he's able to really target specific areas and kind of move the glass around a lot. So that's kind of what is going on here with our hard glass workers, right? They stay really, really busy, and they work pretty fast. So we're going to be trying to keep up with them and at their pace. But we're also going to be making sure that we are paying attention to our soft glass workers as well. This is going to be kind of like if you were to come to the museum on a regular day, this is the kind of glass work that you would maybe see. It would be on a pipe of some sorts, lots of gathering glass out of a glass furnace, heating it in this very large chamber that we call the glory hole, and manipulating it with tools while sitting down at a bench. So there's definitely some differences between the two. They are definitely not the same, but they are still similar in many, many ways. So you can see he's got some glass on the end of a pipe. He's going in using this wooden tool that we call a block. And he's going to start shaping out that glass that he has gathered onto the end of his pipe. So it can feel like a little bit of information overload just because we have a lot going on today. There's a lot of people here, lots of different things kind of happening. But I'm going to do my best to not overwhelm you, but to let you kind of watch and take things in. And of course, if there's any questions that come up, I would love to answer them. It also helps everyone in here, you know, to kind of be curious about it and ask questions about the process or maybe what's being made. I do know that our soft glass workers who are kind of over on this side of the hot shop are going to be actually assembling a rig for us. So they have some pieces put away in this box here that we call the annealer. This is important because it keeps the glass at a stable temperature for us so we can actually pull it out and work with it. So there's some pieces in there that are already finished and ready to go. And all they have to do is kind of put these parts together. So it's a lot of just assembling, right? So we should be seeing that hopefully now after our lunch break. And getting to see, you know, some of those pieces that if you were here before lunch that were getting prepped, actually starting to get made into full pieces. So it'll be lots of fun stuff going on. But for now, I will open up the floor to any questions and kind of let you guys just watch for a little bit. Back there, like behind? Yeah, so back behind everything is kind of our control panel area. So we have all the like control panels to change the heat on these big furnaces. So it's a lot of like the maintenance stuff. There's a little catwalk back there where we can access, you know, the actual temperature of everything.
I think you said there was a piece you were working on this morning that was high intensity, took a long time.
It wasn't necessarily, so there was a piece that we were working on right before lunch that ended up taking a lot of time. Not necessarily high intensity, just a complicated pattern. So that was put away. So what we made before lunch was this alternating wig-wagging pattern to make it look like flames. And it got put away so that it can be used later on. So a lot of what we're doing today does end up being like prep work for pieces that we plan to make maybe later, or maybe even the artists plan to take home with themselves and make further down the line. So the piece that we made before lunch did take it took some elbow grease and quite some time for him to get all that very intricate patterning on the surface. So when do we light our glory holes, as we call them? We light them in the morning. So when I got here at 9:30 a.m., they had just turned them on maybe 30, 45 minutes ago. It's just like your oven at home. It kind of preheats up to temperature. How you can imagine it is when you're at your home, right? Your home, you heat to a certain temperature, let's say 68 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's big, right? You have to heat this whole big space to that temperature. We're doing a similar thing, but we're just heating a very small space up to a really extreme temperature. It doesn't take that long. It takes maybe about an hour, hour and a half. If we turn them on at about 9 a.m. and we start working at 10 a.m., they're ready to go. And they heat up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes. So we turn off the kind of these chambers that are like glowing at you. We turn those off every single day. And then in the morning, we turn them back on. The only thing in the hot shop that is not going to turn off at the end of the day or ever is the glass furnaces. So the glass furnaces, this one's a little bit easier for me to point to. It's these guys with the doors on them that are kind of closed right now. They hold about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass, and they run 24/7. We don't ever turn them off. You can imagine heating up 1,000 pounds of hot glass, or trying to every day, would not be successful, most likely. Yeah, so they take their pipe and they go inside of the glass furnace. They rotate the pipe in the molten glass, and it makes them pick up what we call a gather. A gather. So that gather is then what we work with. It's like the, ball of glass that we get on the end of the pipe. Can we take a piece that we've already worked on and recycle it and put it back into the glass furnace? It's not necessarily that easy. If the piece was completely clear and doesn't have any sort of contamination with color, because all the glass in our glass furnace is completely clear, we are able to basically like pulverize it, get it back down to like a powder or a dust, and it can be recycled. But if it's been colored or it's been near color, we don't want to even risk contaminating our clear glass. So unfortunately, then we can't actually reuse it. I'm sorry, you're going to have to yell. Is glass made from sand? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's made from, the glass that we use is made from silica sand. So not like the sand that you find on a beach, but very similar. It's very similar to just the sand that you find on a beach, but a little bit different. It's called silica sand. And then we put kind of other stuff in it too, so that it's stable, so that we can use it, and it also lowers the melting temperature, so that it doesn't have to be quite as hot. For the most part, today, they've been pretty stuck to their one station. The artists that you see kind of over in this domain, this area of the hot shop, are flame workers, so they don't necessarily, cross the kind of division line between the two. But for today, they've pretty much stayed to their one station. There's talking about switching out who will work where, and kind of they have their own way of making sure that everybody's going to get time to kind of work. But so far, everyone has stayed kind of in their respective zone. Yeah, just for today. Tomorrow, we might have like a change up of who's where, but it will still be divided into the hard glass and the soft glass. I mean, man, it's quite a change of scenery from this morning. We had barely anyone in here. I'm so happy to have so many people here for our event and supporting the museum and all these artists here, because this morning it was pretty quiet. We were just kind of hanging out as a little group. Is there somebody here 24 hours a day? No. So the nice thing about this is it has a kill switch on it, that if anything were to go advertently wrong, it would kill switch. It would not get out of hand. It's a very smart machine. I always tell people that everything that's in here that we're using, you're seeing like pretty high quality, like it's like the good stuff, like all glass blowers want the stuff that we have, because it's highly efficient. And it's also very, very smart. It's very, upgraded compared to maybe other tools or materials. So yeah, they are very safe, a lot safer than people would think, right? So I can see that Niko has one of those snakes, actually two of them now in his hand, that he has been finishing up. So if you take a little quick look over off to where the torches are, you can see that large kind of character that Nick has been making, and then also those snakes that Niko has been making and how they're all going to kind of start to come together. You definitely came during a great time because this is when stuff is going to start happening. We're going to start to see those pieces being kind of put together with one another. So I had mentioned it earlier. If it's completely clear glass, we can recycle it. As in it hasn't been colored in any way or it hasn't touched any sort of color, we can reuse it in our furnaces. But if it's been colored or it's a piece that we're not going to use, which is very rare, I think that pretty much everything that we make here at the museum gets used to some degree or goes into some sort of archive of ours. Also because we have a lot of visiting artists that come here, and they take anything that gets made, of course. But like anything that maybe ends up on the ground and is no longer a piece that can be finished, we've in the past opened up to like local artists to come and kind of pick through our scraps so that they can make it into their own artwork. So we try to be pretty aware of, you know, our waste, and if we can try and get it to other people, into the hands of other artists that can then make it into something else. The temperatures that they're working is between the 3,000 to kind of 4,000 degrees kind of mark. Really, it's really hot. Like, and that's Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Compared to like the hot shop here, the temperatures that we work with typically is about like 2,300, 2,000, and the glass really stops being able to kind of be manipulated at about that like 1,800 mark. So we have to stay within that kind of 2,000 range, whereas they have to stay within about a 3,000, 4,000 range, which also kind of shows you that difference between hard glass and soft glass. They do have a little bit of a different kind of melting point. Alrighty, so after a quick kind of check-in with my artists to make sure that I'm on the same page as them, our soft glass artists are still doing some prep work. So pretty similar to what we were doing this morning before our lunch break. They're just prepping pieces that will then be used on a finalized piece. But eventually we're going to be seeing them do a roller wrap, or what we can also call a roll-up. So they're going to lay out some pieces of cane. If you've never seen cane, I have some little examples that I can kind of show you right here. So this is a rod of cane. You can see, usually it's much longer because we kind of pull them in these very long strings of them. And then we break them into these 5-6 inch pieces. Once we have them in this kind of state, we lay them next to one another, creating a pattern of sorts. So it could be a color pattern, or it could even be just a pattern of different kind of lines or shapes within them. And then we roll this up onto what we call a collar, and then that allows us to kind of blow this glass into a new form. So it starts as just like a flat kind of sheet of all these little rods that we then can turn into like either a cup or, a blown bowl or something like that. But in our case, it's going to turn into this, body for the rig, or could turn into like a down stem, or maybe even the neck of a piece. So lots of prep work is happening over on that side. Over with the torches, they are starting to get ready to actually kind of bring all their pieces together. So they're having a lot of conversations about how it's all going to kind of fit together. How are they going to get these 3 snakes with the big character and all the other, little mushrooms and elements to kind of fit into one piece? They've decided that the snakes are going to kind of act as the feet for the piece. So they'll actually be what the piece is able to kind of like rest on a flat surface. Since there's 3 of them, they'll kind of be like in this tripod shape. And then they are going to create some sort of a flat base with grass coming off of it and the mushrooms for then that very large character to sit kind of in the middle of. So it'll be a lot kind of happening all at once, trying to get all those pieces and elements to kind of come together. But that's what we're going to start to see happening over there. They're going to start to move in the direction of putting it all together. Meanwhile, Johnny Quest is doing some more prep work. He's just finishing up some pieces. He does have to be done in a little bit here. So he's doing some prep work either for a collaborative piece that he's doing, his own pieces, or for tomorrow. So he's just finishing up any work that he can. And then in the meantime, we're going to start to see this other rig come together and get finished on the lathe. So we have some exciting stuff starting to happen. A lot of it is just going to be kind of giving them the time to get all of the moving pieces kind of in order. But once they kind of have a direction that they want to go in and they've communicated how they're going to put all those parts together, we will start to see things move and eventually be able to see that finished piece. I also just want to remind everybody that the museum does not close at 5 o'clock today, our usual time, but we're actually going to be open all the way until 8 p.m. So our artists will still be in here all the way until 8 o'clock making pieces and working on stuff. So if you are wanting to hang out until then, we'll be open for kind of like after hours, past our normal time. We're also going to be doing a silent auction, and we'll have a food truck, I believe. So I think that you guys should hang around if you can, because we're going to have some fun stuff going on after that kind of 5 o'clock hour. Oh, yeah, yeah. So where could you go to learn like maybe the basics of glass blowing? There's plenty of studios. I mean, the Pacific Northwest is quite the hot spot for glass art. So there's lots of local small studios that open up for classes and all that, where you can actually do like week-long classes where you could either learn how to do kind of flame working or you could do the glass blowing. But the museum does offer lessons here. We do like an after-hours program where you can come and learn how to glass blow with, you know, a professional and be able to make something, take it home, and all that. So I just always tell people, look into your communities and like what's around you, because there's a lot of glass studios that end up kind of being right under your nose that you may not even be aware of just because they may not, you know, broadcast themselves. I know that especially the Seattle area has a lot of studios that offer classes. For those of you that are still hanging out, we're getting to see kind of the last few elements happening on this rig here on the lathe. We kind of have a lot going on all at once here in the hot shop today. So it's a lot of just kind of bouncing your attention from place to place. But just to let you know, we have our hard glass makers, the ones that are working with a tabletop torch, kind of this open flame. They're doing flame working, or what would also be called lamp working, making kind of these smaller kind of handheld pieces. We do have one that's going to be rather large. That's a collaborative piece between 3 of the artists that we have here today. So it's going to be pretty big. And they're starting to kind of pull out pieces and start getting ready to put it all together. You'll notice right now in that kind of center bench right there, we have the kind of character that's going to be kind of the centerpiece of the collaborative piece. So he's got these really cool wings that were made earlier today. He's very, very cool and large. So everything else that's going around it is also going to be fairly big, and he's going to be right in the center of it all with these snakes that Niko is making, who you can see in the Grateful Dead bear t-shirt. He makes these really cool snakes that we have on display up here as well. We have a lot of the artists' work up here for you to kind of get closer look at and know what they have previously made. But he's made 3 of these snakes that are going to go kind of around that centerpiece and are actually going to act as the feet for the piece. So it'll be actually what holds it up on the surface on a flat table. kind of like a tripod. You can imagine they got the three. It'll be two in the front, one in the back, with that character kind of sat right in the middle of it. And they're going to do kind of this greenery as a base with these kind of sprigs of grass coming up, and then these toadstools, these mushrooms as well. So lots of really cool stuff being brought together all in one. Scott, who's on the farthest side, he's working on the mushrooms that are going to be added, and he's actually encapsulated some opals inside of those mushrooms. So if you want to get a look at what that looks like, he has some pieces down here, some like marbles and rollers, and then some little rigs that have them as well, that have those little opals encased inside of them. And it looks super cool. So the caps of those mushrooms will have that similar effect. But now on the lathe, we're going to start to see this rig come together. This was started this morning. It is a collaborative piece between two of the artists. And that would be Frit, who is on the lathe, and then Johnny Quest, who's right behind him. So they've been kind of working together to make this rig, and it's starting to actually take shape. Meanwhile, oh yeah. So on the other side of our hot shop with our soft glass artists, they're going to be getting ready to do that roll up that I was kind of mentioning a little earlier, where we're going to lay out these pieces of cane. So cane are like pulled glass rods. Just a little like example down here. So you can see how this is just like a glass rod that's colored. What we're going to do is kind of lay them out next to one another to create like a pattern of some sort. And then we're going to do a roll up, which is basically rolling it onto a pipe so that we can then work with it and create either, you know, some sort of rig with it or another piece of the, you know, final part. They've been doing a lot of prep work, so they might either be making another kind of body or can of a rig, or they could be making like the neck or like a down stem. Kind of just depends on what they decide they want to do with it. But we're going to be able to see that pretty exciting part of getting that, you know, cane rolled onto the pipe and then seeing how they're going to manipulate it.
So with the torch attached to the lathe here, he's able to dictate where he would like the heat to go as it's constantly rotating. While working with glass, you always have to have it rotating so it's evenly heated. He has a blowpipe in his mouth, which is attached to the lathe. So when he needs to add air, he can blow into that pipe that's in his mouth. And then on the far right side of the hot shop, there's a few different components to what they're building up. And they're in like a lull right now. Because of the opals that are inside of the glass, they have to give it about a 10-minute heat, which means that they just want the heat to be evenly distributed throughout the piece. And so they have to put it back into the annealing ovens where they'll rest, get very warm. They'll take it out and continue to work. It's such a big collaboration with 3 different bases of snakes, and then they're gonna put something in the middle too. So we'll watch that come together, but we have to, sometimes it can be a hurry up and a wait process. And so we're waiting on the right side. In the middle, as you can see here, we're working as the lathe rotates. And then on the far left side of the hot shop, I will update you all. Later on today, around 5 o'clock, we'll activate the plaza with a beer garden. We'll have some music. What else is going to be on a beer garden, some music, and some food trucks. So if you want to stay, we're going to be here till about 8 o'clock tonight, hanging out all night here for our 420 event. And this here was made last year by the Hot Shop team and the artists that pretty much the same group, maybe minus a few people that were here. And then in the grand hall, you can also make pipes on the torch tabletop, similar to how they're working. So we'll have Patty D in the grand hall working on the flame working torches in the grand hall. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to raise your hand. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Thanks for hanging out with us here in the hot shop. So it's really important that the glass is rotated as it touches the heat, so then that way you'll get that really even. You want everything to be very even as you're working. That's a really good close-up angle. It's kind of going a little bit slower now. So every time that we have added pattern to the big bong here, I'll focus on this side of the hot shop and what's happening for a bit. But every time that we've added pattern onto this big bong here, it was created off the pipe. And so as we blow into the end of the pipe, we'll go in with the papers. The papers are just newspaper folded up that have been soaked in water, and then in with our jacks to move that glass away from the end of the pipe. The jacks are just two large tools that will help us create weak points in the glass. And we want weak points so we can take that piece that we're blowing out off of the end of the pipe. And so it indicates the jack line. A carved in jack line indicates the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So whenever the torch is super large and orange, what he's doing is he's prepping the next part to be able to heat it all the way back up to high temperatures, and then he'll be able to manipulate the glass a little bit easier. You don't want to just go in with a really hot torch and really cold glass. You don't want to stress it out too much, and then it cracks, and you'll have to start over, right? Or take more time to repair the crack and then go back in. If you're interested in potentially taking home anything that's being made here today, we'll have a silent auction tonight during the 5 to 8 o'clock event. And so stick around so then you can bid up some pieces to potentially take home some handmade items from the artists that are here with us today for our joint venture. And then tomorrow we'll be back working again from 10 to 5, demonstrating pipe making, rig making, and then some more flame working pipe making in the grand hall. So now at the left bench of the hot shop, we're going to connect an additional pipe. It'll be a blow pipe with an open puntee, so an open transfer point. This transfer point will then be able to attach to that hole and then remove that orb off the end of the pipe. It's really important that we work in and out of the reheating chamber to keep everything evenly heated, or else it may crack. And so as we go in and out of the glory hole, we'll be able to continue to manipulate the glass so it can work together during the process. The glass really likes graphite, so he'll go in here with this big, large, rectangle graphite pad. It doesn't reduce a lot of the heat quickly, and it's a very soft point to be able to touch the glass and then shape it without putting a lot of stress onto the surface. The glass doesn't want like really cold stuff like steel, because it's just too much, too cold. It wants to be nice and happy. So the graphite allows you to shape without reducing a ton of heat. And so as he builds up this transfer rod, he'll then connect it to the opening access point. So this weekend here at the Museum of Glass, we are celebrating 420 weekend. So for all of you who are just hanging here at the museum and you're not aware of the event, what's happening is on the left side of the hot shop, they're using the furnace to build up parts for a soft glass design, like bong here. And then on the right side of the hot shop, at Frit Glass, so he is making a rig on a lathe with a torch. And then on the far right side of the hot shop, they're kind of having to get the glass nice and hot, work it a little bit, and then reheat the entire body of a piece. So they're going in and out of the in and out of the annealing ovens. And so you'll see when they come back to work at the tabletops, they're going to take all the pieces back out, and then they'll start to assemble them at some point of the day. This evening from 5 to 8, if you're interested in hanging out, sticking around, grabbing a beer, or grabbing some food from the food truck, you can also bid on the silent auction for functional glassware. So everything that's being created here at from the furnace from the reheating chamber to the bench, these are all parts that are going to amount to a collaboration similar to the piece here on the podium. And so all the pieces will be put together tomorrow, not today, because that's just how much prep work it actually takes. So gathering glass from the furnace there is kind of like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass rests inside of the furnace. It's clear. It rests at about 2,100 degrees. And then we'll go to the bench and we'll slowly go in to just reduce some of the extra glass that we added. And then when it cools down, you'll be able to see the true color and the pattern that's below it. And then in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out wood that allows us to shape those outer layers nice and evenly while keeping the core super duper hot. And again, whenever we just rest with this super large flame on the body of the piece, what we're doing is just bringing it back up to temperature so we can put the super hot torch in its concentrated areas to be able to manipulate the glass.
I've only been there for like 3 weeks, and I've already gained like 7 permanent pounds. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely is putting a little shame on the real large plates across the street. Because their sandwiches are good, but the burger place prices are too good to beat. Like, it's like super realistic, like throwback prices.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how much a burger is. So there will be 3 snakes around the bottom, similar to the ones here on the podium, and then a little reaper creature with these really beautiful purple wings in the middle of what their collaboration is going to become. So they're making a rig of a sort that has all of their different styles added to the body. And then Niko here with the Grateful Dead t-shirt on, that is the core of where he'll add the 3 snakes around. So he was sizing it up. And once again, when you see the big flame, we're just tempering the glass to be able to get it hotter, super duper hot. You don't want to just blast the glass with a hot, super hot torch, just to be careful not to stress it immediately upon touch. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. If you want to stay until after 5, we'll be having food trucks and a beer garden out on the plaza. So stick around. If you had dinner plans for somewhere else, stick with us. There'll be a food truck too. And I believe it's still nice outside, yeah? Good. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. I will be happy to answer your questions. And there you can see the Reaper creature with the really, really pretty purple wings. It's a nice size also. So if you get a closer look here at the bong, it's been etched out really, really well by Sarah, and then also she's on the Hot Shop team. This was a collaborative effort last year. So we have Bigspin glass, soft serve glass, the gentleman here on the far left side of the Hot Shop, and they are creating the different parts. So every part that you see within this sculpture here, the color and the pattern has been applied in a special way. And so you have to make that color and you have to make that pattern individually, place it all together, gather over it, so you have a lot of clear glass. That's how it gets to this size. And then you blow it out and shape it gradually as you go along. But the thing is that it takes a day's worth of prep. So today we're doing all the prep. Tomorrow we'll be making the actual bong itself. This is larger than life though. Like there's some big ones out there, but this is like super big. So it'll be fun to see it come together. If you are not able to make it back here tomorrow, you can also live stream in. We have a live stream that is on Wednesday through Sunday when we're open from 10 to 5. So if you ever can't make it back, just, get online and stream us. And then So whenever we're working with glass at the end of the pipe here, like in the middle bench where Sarah is standing, it's really important that we work in and out of the reheating chamber to keep the glass hot and malleable. Whenever you're working with glass that was gathered from the furnace, it needs to stay above a certain temperature to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And then we'll have some really cool opals, beautiful opals being placed into the glass here. So here at the middle bench, we'll go in and kind of cinch up that pattern at the end of the pipe there. So we're cleaning it up as she goes in with those shears. The tools that we use during the glass making process are designed specifically for glass making. So we'll have diamond shears, which cut in a 360, which then will cinch the glass perfectly, right? And then in with the jacks are a piece of, they're two blades, sorry, that allow us to carve into the glass. So all of the pieces that we're making while working from the furnace and then in and out of the reheating chambers will be added all together as a collaborative effort tomorrow. But in order to get to the collaborative effort, you have to use the whole day today to make all the pieces due to how much pattern has been laid into a bong of this size. So we'll go in with the jacks and we'll carve into the glass, creating a jack line, and we'll slowly pull the glass away from the end of the pipe, and that will allow us to create a point, a weak point. We need these weak points that are intentionally placed in the glass so we can take it off of the glass that's attached to the pipe. We need to be able to remove what we make. So 1 weekend a year, we celebrate 420. On any other day, we'll have our hot shop team and whatever the focus is for the day, whether it be or for the week, whether it be a visiting artist or just the hot shop team working. And typically, we're making items for the store, or we're making different types of art that visiting artists have asked for their residency time frame. But what we're doing on 420 weekend is we're highlighting pipe making, bongs, rigs, flame working, because this is a very large sector of glass making. And so instead of overlooking their talent and their efforts in the glass community, our goal is to highlight it and educate people how it was made. Because many people, in the community of whatever you may decide to smoke, whether it be cannabis or tobacco, it's not a secret, but how is it made? So our goal is to educate everyone on the process of how it's made and give it the props that it's due. These artists work very hard, and it is not easy to create something so fine with all of this attention, detail, color, pattern. It is very hard to be able to have that type of hand-eye coordination, and then it doesn't break, right? So on a regular day in the hot shop, we're just making glass. There's not a lot of tabletop torches out. We're usually working from the furnace. So we're here celebrating 420 weekend. So you can learn more about the artists who are here working with us in the hot shop. We have Bigspin Glass. So his name's Joe on the far left side of the hot shop. We also have Jeff, and then we also have, he is Soft Serve Glass on Instagram. Be sure to put the @ in front of all of these people's names also. And then Anthony is working on this lathe. He took a break, but his name is Frit Glass. So @FRIT Glass. So as she goes in with those jacks, he'll guide that paddle. The paddle's made from wood. It's a nice soft touch on the glass. And so what she's making is a cup that has color and pattern. So if you're interested in following along with the artists, the other artists that are working on the tabletops, we have Turtle Time Glass, so Turtle Glass, and then Niko Cray, Nikocray. We also have Annealed Innovations. This is these really, really awesome Reaper creatures, characters that are super duper big. And this Reaper will go on top of the base of the core, and it'll be able to be taken off also, and it'll go on top of, there'll be a core with 3 snakes wrapped around. It's gonna have to be attached when it's hot, so you guys will see it come together as they slowly are able to, they can't just like put it all together simultaneously due to the heat of the glass, and it needs to be evenly heated throughout. It doesn't want to be stressed out. It's very temperamental, so you just have to, you know, slowly bring it all together. And then we also have Scott Monet. Scott, sorry, and then his Instagram handle is Scomo Monet, and that's SCOMOMOANET. And then in she'll go with her jacks to continuously carve into the glass, because we need a very, very well carved jack line to remove this little color cup off the end of the pipe. Can we see some of the past works of the artists that are visiting us this weekend for our 420 weekend event? So Turtle is working on a humpback whale here, and so he was working on a smaller portion, which was just one of the fins. This is the body of the whale with this really pretty dichroic pattern going throughout, which is a fancy word for sparkles, sparkly glass. And so if you pay attention, they have all these tubes in their mouths because those are blowpipes. So when you get the glass hot, you're able to blow and expand it in certain points where you heat it at. We have one snake added to the core. This is a collaborative effort with Niko Cray and Annealed Innovations, as well as Como Monet. These torches are able to get to very, very high degrees. So like we're gonna go a bit above the furnace work, above 2,000 degrees, higher temperatures, 4,000, 5,000. So they can get super duper hot because borosilicate, it has a very touchy, it takes a while to heat up and it gets cold real quick. It's a very stiff glass. It's not the same glass as what you would pull from the furnaces. And so the hotter you get it, the more you're able to get it a bit more malleable to work it and shape it to your desired liking. Our weekend here at the Museum of Glass is a joint venture, and the Pacific Northwest is renowned for its hot glass community, and a portion of these artists have sometimes been overlooked in the conversation. And so the greater pipe community also has its origins in the region and developed alongside the rise of soft glass making. So the mission to further explore this important corner of glassmaking, of the glassmaking world, and elevating these artists. And so as you can see here, we have at Turtle Time Glass, Niko Cray, he's making these really beautiful snakes. If you come down a little bit closer on the podium, you'll be able to see. And then Scott, I told him I've never seen such a really cool watercolor cotton candy effect in glass. Almost looks like it was painted on. And so to be able to have such a really refined finish with clarity, it really speaks volumes to how much thought and effort they put into layering these colors and then what they will turn out to be in the end. And so this community of pipe makers is a large portion of glass makers here in the Pacific Northwest because of course we are so 420 friendly in the area. And so no matter what you may smoke, whether it be tobacco or cannabis, we just want to create a conversation around and educate everyone about how exactly these type of functional glass pieces are made. And so, like I said earlier, Turtle is making a humpback whale. He was working on a small portion of its fin. It's nice to see the body. This will be a functional pipe when it's all done. And then on the far right side of the hot shop, Niko and Scott, they are creating the core, and then there's be 3 snakes wrapped around, and then Annealed Innovations. He's really well known for making these beautiful little creatures, and the one that he'll take out when he's ready in a minute, pay attention. It's a Reaper, and it's like a character, and it stands about yay tall, and it has these beautiful purple wings. This will go on top of the 3 snakes at the base, and this will be a functional piece of glass. And then all of the glass that we are making here in the furnaces and the glory holes, this is prep work for a larger scale piece, such as the bong here on the podium. And we're going to create that bong tomorrow. So if you can't make it back, get onto our live stream if you want to watch that bong come to life. And we'll be streaming from 10 to 5 p.m. And then tonight, stick around. If you already have dinner plans, consider ditching them, because we'll have a food truck, a beer garden, and some music on the plaza. So you can hang out. We'll be here till 8. Thanks for hanging out with us here at the Museum of Glass. We appreciate you guys, and we hope you have a great Easter weekend. Happy 420 also. And so we're going to start making the blades of grass here on the far right bench. It'll be a really pretty magenta color that'll complement the rest of the piece. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Thanks for hanging out with us. You could be anywhere, but you decided to be here with us. So I hope you're having a great day. As we go in and out of the reheating chamber, that glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees, and that allows us to keep the glass nice and hot. We want it to be super like orange. It's clear, but we want it to look orange so we can keep it workable. Orange is a positive thing when you're working. Everything needs to be piping hot enough to where you can get the process started. Here on the torches are super duper hot, super duper high. Turtle explained to me that at about 2,300 degrees is when the boil starts to melt, but it likes to be, you know, it can cap out around 3,000 degrees when you're actually at a temperature of working it and keeping it malleable enough to be able to blow it or to be able to sculpt it. Boro is so stiff. It's very stubborn, I would say, in comparison to a different type of glass you can work at the torch. And it's a lot stiffer than the glass here in the soft glass in the furnace from the furnace. If you're ever interested in coming into the Museum of Glass and getting your hands on the process, you can apply, I mean, not apply, sorry. You can, well, if you're an artist, you can apply to our visiting artist program, which means that you get a 5-day residency here with the Hot Shop team if you are awarded the residency, and that is one fun adventure. But also, if you would like to do a hands-on workshop, we have workshops in the education studio where you can fuse, mosaic, and then we also have hands-on workshops here in the Hot Shop, which are led by Hilltop artists, youth artists, alumni. And so they will teach you how to make something here on the floor. And you can always sign up online, look at our programs and workshops tab. And I know we have some coming up on April 26th. So if you're interested in coming to learn, you can come and hang out and pay for your slot. And then also, if you know anyone that's a veteran that is interested in making glass as a therapy course, we have art therapy for veterans aligned with the VA who can come and work here in the Hot Shop for 8 weeks, but while we're closed. And the goal is to help reacclimate the veterans to group settings, right? And so if you know anyone who would like or who may be in need of some art therapy courses, they can sign up at the Hot Shop Heroes program, and that happens in the evening when we're closed, and it's 8 free courses. But let me tell you, the 8 free courses extend far beyond. There have people who have come and they don't ever leave the class, and that's a blessing too because they're able to work and create with people like-minded, and they sometimes end up working here with us in different capacities. So come to the Hot Shop Heroes course if you are a veteran that would like some art therapy. So we'll go in and blow into the end of that pipe to expand the bubble. The more that we expand the bubble, the more you're able to visibly recognize the pattern that is in the core. He'll continue to expand that bubble and pull out to they kind of like make almost like a tube in a way. And then back into the reheating chamber because it starts to cool down. You don't want it to get too cold or too stiff. As you can see, one of the snakes is already attached to the core portion of this sculpture. So as we carve into the glass, he'll blow into the end of the pipe, and with those jacks, we're able to create a weak point enough to where the glass will be able to remove itself. We'll go in with the shears and then pop off the extra glass to cinch the pattern. All of the glass that is here with the patterns, it was created beforehand and then placed together, gathered over enough to where we could blow the bubble out this big. So it's a lot of clear glass and a little bit of colored glass with patterns on the surface. So as we rotate back and forth, she'll blow, and then with the jacks, we'll pull the bubble away from the end of the pipe, and we'll carve in a jack line. This is a reference point. It indicates the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we'll go in with that paddle and just flatten the bottom as we rotate back and forth with the jacks to make very even walls and a flat bottom. So the guys working together, collaborating on the rig over here, explained to me that they must only work the glass so much before it gets cool, and then they have to place it into the annealing oven there so it can be evenly heated throughout. We have to keep everything well heated and well distributed, the distribution of heat properly even while working, because you do not want to then interfere with the process of thermal shock due to it chilling in certain points. And so that's why we continue to go in and out of the annealing oven. So Sarah will come in with an additional rod. This is a transfer rod to be able to take the glass off the initial pipe. This is why we carved in a jack line. We'll put a little water on that carved in jack line. Thermal shock will set in, tap the pipe, and it'll remove the glass. So now we have a small access point. We're able to open up that access point, so then we'll have more so of a cup. So he'll get himself back on center by using the tweezers and just adjusting it a bit while rotating back and forth. Turtle, his whale body is completed, and then one fin. He's working on his other fin for the whale, and then he'll take out the body and start to sculpt the face, and then he'll add his fins. So he's getting closer to the end of the process, slowly but surely. So please be mindful while you're watching. Please don't concentrate on the orange flame or steer too deep into it. They have on special protective glasses, and so just take a look and gaze away, just to be mindful for your own eyesight. The body's back out of the well, and we'll start to slowly sculpt the whale's face and place his fins on. Hi, how are you? How about we give everyone a big round of applause for all their hard work this morning? So whenever we put pieces into the box, it's always tradition to give everybody a hand. So whenever we put items into the annealing oven there, the annealing oven there, it'll come back down to room temperature overnight. We are not able just to leave pieces of soft glass here in the natural environment because it will crack due to thermal shock. Glass is very much so just like an onion. So as those inner layers are hot, those outer layers are cool. When they touch, they will be held at about 890 degrees and then brought back down to room temperature. So we'll crack the oven tomorrow. And even then you have to wait a little until you're able to touch it. And so that is what happens after you make something in glass. It'll go into the reheating of the annealing oven to cool down. Oh, we are on snake number 2. So Niko has added the second snake to the core, and then the Reaper creature, little guy, he'll go on to the top. He's not out right now, but I'm sorry, Niko added his second snake. Nick will take out the Reaper creature in a moment. Well, when he's ready. So on the first, like the far right side of the two tables, we're making a rig, and then Turtle is making a well that is a functional pipe. Yeah, it's a really pretty body of the well now. So as we continue to sculpt out the parts that we're making here within the glory holes and the furnace will all be created to then be assembled. So everything that you see here, every part that you see here on this bong, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say 6, 7, 8, 9. So every little pattern, color, and piece was prepared. So the prep process looks like a whole day of work due to adding pattern and color and parts, and then they'll gather over it a lot of clear. So it's a little bit of color and a lot of pattern, but a way more clear glass gathered over each part that's been picked up, and then they're able to blow out that all of it to stretch out the pattern so it's a lot more visible. And so what that means is that we'll start by creating these parts from, and if you see pattern is designed from what we call cane. And so these are pieces of cane, which are just lines of glass that are chopped up and rolled over a colored bubble, right? And then from there, you can manipulate the pattern for the direction of which it'll go on the bubble. But underneath this cane can be a solid color. And so if you take a closer look, you'll see there's like blue with pattern. And so this very long tube that we continue to go in and out of the reheating chamber with could be used for a part, or it could be used for the top portion of the bong. So our goal this 420 weekend is to emphasize the world of pipe making, rig making. As you can see on the tabletop here, we have the 2 snakes added to the core, and then in the annealing oven we have a little creature. He is a reaper, and he has these beautiful, really large purple wings on his back. He will function as the top of the rig. And then here at the table, the middle table, Turtle is currently sculpting out and just adding some texture to the surface of the well. This well will be functional also. Functional glassware is a large corner of the Pacific Northwest glass scene, and the goal is to not overlook the hard work and dedication that these glass artists have committed to in the glass world. And so just simply the sculptural aspect as well as the color, I asked, like, how do you get this more so watercolor finish into glass? It's not very easy. And so we just talked about how he was able to use different types of course, building the color, different types of stringers with a solid base, and then transparencies overlapping. I don't even think I can explain it well enough to where it's translatable and understood because of how I think it does a great, in terms of purpose of just looking at it and seeing how great all the pieces are here on the podium. But it's all a great deal of work, very hard work. And so our goal here at the Museum of Glass is to educate people about how these type of functional pieces of glass are created. And if you're interested in following these artists, we have Frit Glass. He took a break, but Frit Glass is Fritglass. And then we have Joe Bigspin over on the left side of the hot shop, and Jeff from Soft Serve Glass. The second name I'm mentioning are their Instagram handles if you would like to follow them. And then on the right side of the hot shop, we have Scomonet, so SCOMOMOANET, and Niko Cray. And Niko is the man in the Grateful Dead shirt adding the snakes around the core. And then you can, there we go, on the big screen, thank you. We have their past works and then their Instagram names, Annealed Innovations. And that's Nick. He makes these really awesome these skull heads, but the Reaper that he made today is a full body character with these really beautiful skull head and then really awesome purple wings. And that'll be the centerpiece at the top of their collaborative effort here in the hot shop. So this piece was from last year's efforts of everybody working in the hot shop together. And so they'll make a brand new one tomorrow. But because of all, yeah. So because of all of the work it takes to design all these beautiful elements of pattern, they have to take a day just to prep. And then tomorrow, if you can't make it back here to the museum, you can always watch the process from 10 to 5. We're open Wednesday. I mean, we're on live stream Wednesday through Sunday. So if you're ever just needing to take a little break and watch something or watch what's happening here in the hot shop, you can get onto the live stream tab and watch the process. Yeah, museumofglass.org/hot shop live stream, or just go on and click the hot shop tab. Yeah, so today they're making the parts that it takes to get to that part tomorrow. So we'll have a brand new bong for the... Well, they're working a little bit faster due to not having to worry about annealing the parts overnight. And it's just nice to have some time to make items, and maybe some parts work, maybe some parts don't work, but we have the ability to work together and have time to create. And so on the torch, though, you can work at a different pace, and you can work a little quicker because it's just a different type of glass. And so this is borosilicate glass. This is soft glass from the furnaces that we have here. And so the difference means just at the rate of which they cool and then they expand are different. So it's called the coefficient of expansion and retraction. And the tabletop glass, you can just work a bit quicker in opposition to the furnace glass. They have their own kind of like other collaboration going on over here on the right side of the hot shop. You can't combine these two glass together. So all glass looks the same, but it's not the same. So like borosilicate is like Pyrex made at like cording. So it's a strong glass and it's very durable. You use it for like test tubes in the hospital. And then soft glass here from the furnace is like fine art. It's made for beautiful works of art. It's a lot different. It's a lot softer, maybe a little bit more malleable, a little bit more workable. Yeah, they're just made for different purposes. So the collaborative piece that we've been watching come together throughout the day, we have Jeff and Joe and the Hot Shop team. Because we're here till 8 this evening, they kind of go in and out in waves, and so they're working on the next part of whatever. I feel like maybe they're crafting that top portion there of the bong. So they'll take these breaks as they're getting closer to the end, because when they take the pieces out of the annealing ovens, like the smaller black one there, and they work it, it starts to chill, but they need it to be evenly heated throughout. So they'll have like a 10-minute break of it just getting evenly heated and brought up. You want the whole thing to get brought up to a nice hot and happy point to prevent thermal shock. And so that's why they kind of go in and out of the hot shop while they're working. But Turtle Time Glass is where you can find him on Instagram. He's just working all the way through, because it's not like multiple parts. He's sculpting out and keeping this body of the whale hot. His other parts, like the whale's fins and stuff, he put them away, but he'll take those out when he's ready to connect them. So as we go in and shape, this is just another part. We're not dedicating any of the pattern parts or tubes to any specific part of the finished piece because we don't know exactly how it's going to come together. That's another part of the conversation. And so he'll go in with his different tools. Whenever they go in with that pad-like tool, it's just paper folded up that's been soaked in water. And it helps for you to shape the glass almost like using your bare hand. Can we pan over to the right side of the hot shop so we're able to just kind of get a closer look at how we've added the third snake? So at Niko Cray on Instagram, he's added the third snake sculpture to the core of the rig. So you'll see these clear pieces of glass that will bridge the heads of the snakes together. They're not going to be there in the end, but during the process, you want to bridge them so they're held steady. So when we go to heat the connection point, there's no movement. And so that's why we have the clear cane across and then below to connect. And so just in case you're wondering, that is why. But at the end, it'll just be freestanding at the core of our, we'll see what part of the rig this is. So as we go in and out of the reheating chambers allow the glass to get nice and orange. While you're working, you want to see that bright orange. If you see it to be the color that it should be when it cools down, like, you know, a day later, that's not very positive, unless in some points it is positive, but you want to see it nice and orange while working. You don't want to see it as the true color. We read the process of where we're at and where we need to be by the heat. And then also the touch, but more so the heat also. And so we're always up against thermal shock and gravity during the process. So if it ever gets a little too cold, you could lose all your hard work. And if it ever gets a little too hot, it could fold in a direction that you don't want it to due to gravity. And so that's why we must go in and out of the reheating chamber and just slowly touch points at where we would like for the glass to be heated a lot more to be able to manipulate the shape. So the glory holes, these reheating chambers, these are designed to keep the glass nice and hot. They're lined with hollow fire brick. They rest at 2,300 degrees. And then in order to work in the glory holes, we need the glass, right? And so the glass comes from the furnaces. It'll be the 2 silver tanks with the doors, this one has a silver door, the other one has a black door, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It rests at 2,100 degrees. And dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. And that glass contains a certain level of viscosity that adheres to itself as you rotate that pipe. So you get a little gather, right? And that tiny gather is the catalyst for things hollow made in glass. So you blow into the pipe, it makes a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon, but it starts out tiny. So like this bubble, I call it a bubble because it's a hollowed out space, but this bubble started out this big. But because they had volume, they had a good volume of gathers, they can blow it out as like this big. So the reality of this piece, glass making is definitely an illusion because we have a little bit of color, a little bit of pattern, and a whole lot of clear. I'm talking like a lot of clear. And then you blow out that bubble, right? Like maybe, let's say a smaller to medium-sized watermelon is at the end of a pipe, or like a bowling ball is at the end of a pipe, and it has a bubble that is constantly blown and heated and blown and heated and then shaped. But yes, so the ovens, they rest at the same temperature. The reason why we have multiples is because it allows us to work simultaneously, because that's what you need when you are bridging glass or when you are taking glass from one pipe to the other pipe, which is a really important step in the process to change the access point. And right now what they're doing is they're knocking off these little cups of pattern. What happens is they pick up the cups of pattern and they'll assemble them all together, and you'll get these really cool different parts of pattern and color on the surface level. But they start off so small, you'd never know how small they started until you watch the process. And so that one little cup of pattern, call it a supio, color cup. That one little cup, it can be stretched and stretched and stretched without distorting the image at the end when it cools down. A color cup is a supio, right? So these long, flat pieces that Niko is pulling out are the blades of grass. It'll be magenta grass that'll go around the base of the snake and the reaper. So to make the well functional to be a functional pipe, he's making what he refers to as a perk, and so it'll help bring the air down to make the water bubble. It's a bubbler well, and this is just a part that we're creating. He already created the well portion of this pipe. He's just put it away to work on the next step of like a different part, I should say, a different step in the process. And that's turtle time glass. And then we also have Niko working on the left side with his blades of magenta grass. And his handle is at Annealed Innovations, at Annealed_innovations. So Nick will go in with his shears to sculpt out a little hand. He could be adding this little hand to the sculpture tomorrow, potentially. We'll see where it goes when we get to that point in the process. So everything that we built up today will be assembled tomorrow. And that means all of the different parts of the of the sculpture there on the podium, the larger than life-size bong there. Every single little increment of different color and pattern was created, and then it was placed together. So if you're not familiar with the process of flame working, Turtle turned on the torch there, and it's just getting nice and warm. It's powered by propane and oxygen, and our natural gas here, propane and oxygen. And the borosilicate, it likes to get hot around 2,300 degrees is when it really starts to get malleable, which is really high, right, in heat. And then it'll start to cap around 3,000 degrees where it's really workable and you can move a bit quicker. It heats slowly and it cools quickly. It is a very tough glass to work with. It's what they make Pyrex out of, as well as test tubes for the hospital. And so this is the body of Turtle's and you can follow Turtle on Instagram at Turtle Time Glass. And then he also has work in the store, like literal really awesome turtle pendants. You want to concentrate the heat where you like to manipulate the glass specifically in order to be able to add texture to the surface. So Nick is making these really tiny little hands because he's going to try to put them into a tube, which will be a part of a piece tomorrow. They're just little clear sculpted hands. It's kind of hard to catch it. It's so tiny. And then Turtle will continue to create a piece for his bubbler. Be sure to sign up for the silent auction before we close this evening if you're interested in potentially taking home some glass, some handmade glass. So Nick will dip into the furnace again to gather some clear glass as he continues to sculpt out little hands. He's making little hands that'll go into a tube to potentially be a part of tomorrow's collaboration. And so what that means is that the big bong there on the podium, it was created last year, but all the parts were created separately and then pieced together to create one large piece. And so every color and pattern has to be made separate before it's attached together at a different point in the process. So today, for the day, they took their time to create little colors of pattern. And then now we'll take out the triple-headed snake bodies. This will be a rig with a reaper on the top. So we have um, Nick Cray and Niko and on Instagram, it's at Nick Cray, and then Niko's handle is at Annealed Innovations, and he makes these really awesome little skull heads, but also these Reaper characters. So it's a little character about this tall, and he has really beautiful purple magenta wings on the back. You have to see him, so I hope he takes it out so we can see what it looks like. And tomorrow we'll be in the hot shop working all day from 10 to 5. And if you can't make it back here into the hot shop to watch us create live, you can always or you can always live stream the Museum of Glass and just watch what's happening on the live stream if you're interested in seeing the final result of all the work that was put in today.
We'll let that warm up.
So many of the artists that were here with us last year in the hot shop actually returned this year, which is great. We have Patty D in the Grand Hall making making pipes tabletop. And then we also have just some Instagram names in case you would like to follow the artists that are here. We have Bigspin at Bigspin, and his name's Joe. We have Anthony at Frit Glass, which is FRITGLASS. And then Jeff is at Soft Serve Glass, at Johnny Quest, at Niko Cray, and then at Turtle Time Glass also. Scomo Monet at SCOMOMOANET. And then if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see their names next to some of their past works. So you can learn more. So you can learn more about them. Follow them on Instagram. All of their work is so detailed, heavily detailed, well colored, such great aesthetic also. You'll be able to learn more about functional glass. And then you got to see the bottom portion of the rig with the 3 snakes. And so in a moment, I asked Niko to flash out, Nick, to flash out the Reaper. So don't go anywhere. We're going to see the Reaper in a minute. If you look up at the big screen there, you can see Nick's Reaper, a different type of Reaper that he's created. It's just amazing the way the colors blend, the shape. Our silent auction will end at about 7:30, so if there's anything you're really interested in, be sure to put your name next to an item, and if you bid it up and you're the highest bidder, you'll be sure to take it home. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Tomorrow we'll be here back at it all again from 10 to 5. We're going to make a larger-than-life bong sculpture, just like the one on the podium. So the well has been taken back out. This well here, you can more so see the underbelly of it with the dichroic glittery effect on the surface. And so, let's see. I believe maybe he's putting in like a access point to be able to potentially hold another part, like a bowl portion. I can also ask. How you doing? How's it going? Good. Can we see some of the past works from the visiting artist for the 420 weekend? So Jeff Ballard, he will actually be soft serve glass. So on Instagram, you plug in at soft serve glass. And as the rotation of the different previous works flow, you'll be able to see Jeff Ballard. And on Instagram, you can find him at Bigspin Glass. The silent auction will close at 7:30, so if you have any interest in placing a bid, be sure to place your bid before. You have about 13 minutes. If you're ever interested in coming to the museum to get your hands on the process, to get into how to make glass, you can always do a hands-on workshop. They're known as Blow Your Own or By the Furnace on the Program and Workshops tab online. And that I know the next event will be April 26th. If you're interested in making something here in the Hot Shop with Hilltop artists, alumni, youth artists that'll guide you through the process. And then we also have like education studio, like fusing glass, which is a lot more low maintenance, calmer. It's cold glass application that's baked inside of an oven. It's not as intense as working here from the furnace. So Nick blew into the end of the pipe there to create a bubble. That bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. This is a great visual of clear glass at the end of the pipe. It looks orange because it's so hot. Really, it's just clear when it cools all the way down. As we work in and out of those reheating chambers, that reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees, which allows us to keep the glass nice and malleable. So he'll go in with those jacks, just glide it across the walls of the glass there to make the walls nice and even, and he can also tweak the shape. He'll go in with those jacks to help carry that bubble just a bit away from the end of the pipe there. The jacks carve in a line of tension. This is a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece.
Are you making a tube?
As you can see, there's a tube connected to Turtle's pipe, and that allows him to blow into the glass, whether it helps thin the wall out or expand the glass. That is what he's doing with the tube that's in his mouth. And Nick is making tubes for his little hand sculptures that he created. So when we took out the snake with the core in it earlier, they were just fixing a part. And so now we're removing some of the bridging that was holding it all together. And this could potentially be to move to the next step of the process. I will ask, and I'll let you guys know exactly what's going on. I hope you guys have had a wonderful 420 joint venture evening with us. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. We're not done yet, so you don't have to go anywhere. The silent auction will be closing in about 4 minutes, so if you're interested in potentially taking some glass home, handmade glass, then be sure to sign up on the silent auction.
How's it going today?
So whenever Turtle turns his torch on super duper hot like that, it's gonna get up to higher temperatures around 3,000 degrees. And so that will allow him to be able to get the glass nice and malleable so he can tweak it in any way that he'd like. And Niko is, as you can see, where he took that pipe, the bridge, that clear bridge from, he's just cleaning up the bottom and blowing it out a little bit more to give some more shape to the bottom of the belly of the snake. This part of the rig, it will be able to house the top of the Reaper, but all of it is hollow. And as you can see, when he blows in the end of that pipe there, he's expanding the air in the area that it's very hot, where it's super orange. So the whole structure will be functional. It'll be a functional rig. So Scott, on the far right side of the hot shop, he is creating different types of colors in these little kind of like pods, I guess you could call it. And his effort in this collaboration is the colors. So he has these really beautiful cotton candy galaxy-like overlays of color and really beautiful finish here on the podium. And these really cool functional, they kind of look like berries in a way, pieces on the podium. So his effort in this collaboration is the color, and then Niko's creating the snakes, and then Nick makes the reapers. Can we flash the past works of the artists that are here with us this weekend? So we've taken out the little hand sculpture that Nick was making earlier, and maybe they're going to try to put the little hand sculpture into the little cup. This will be a part of the big bong that we're making tomorrow. So we'll get the little hand nice and hot with the torch there, and then slowly try to pick it up and place it into the cup. So in a moment, what we're going to do is we'll take out 3 snakes, and then we'll clean up the bottom, and then we'll take out the reaper, and we'll stack it. But we have to clean up the bottom of the snakes first before we're able to stack the 2 on the table to make sure that they're able to stand up together properly. So within this little tube here, one hand is open and one hand is kind of closed, and they're just overlapping each other. It'll be a part of the larger sculpture that's being made tomorrow. We'll give the little cup with the sculptures in it one last flash, and then we'll knock them off, and then they'll rest in a garage where pieces rest steadily at an even temperature to be reworked into the process tomorrow. The garage has oh, let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. And then into the annealing oven, into the garage where the items will rest until tomorrow. So first we'll take out the 3 snakes and we'll clean up the bottom so they can stand properly. And then next we'll take out the body of the Reaper. So now he'll start to clean all the clear off each of the bottom of the snakes, and then we'll stand it up on its own. Okay, now the Reaper will come out of the annealing oven. It's a really, really awesome little creature. And then as we stand the snakes on the Marva ring table, we'll be able to stand the Reaper on top. So all of the coloring comes from Sko Monet on the right side of the hot shop. He has created all these little pods that have been blown and sculpted by Nick and Niko. So there's a mushroom here with an opal in the top also. These mushrooms will also go with the blades of grass. Oh, the opals are so cool. They're like little planets. You can also see the marbles on the table, on the podium here with a similar colorway with the opals inside of the marbles. But these mushrooms will have opals in the top, and then there'll be magenta blades of grass that'll be around the body of the snake. The 3 snakes, and then the Reaper will go on top of all of it. I hope you guys have had a wonderful Saturday with us here in the hot shop. Happy Easter, happy 420. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all again, and if you can't make it back, you can always watch us on the live stream from 10 to 5. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.